Franklin County Board of County Commissioners is now in session for this regular meeting Tuesday, August the 3rd. We're going to start this morning with a prayer and the pledge. If you would please, let's stand. Our Father, we thank you today for this day you've given to us. Father, and why sometimes it looks like things might be weaknesses or threats to who we are and where we are. Father, we thank you today that there's strength and opportunity in your name. Father, we pray that you would be with us today in the midst of all our discussions and our decision making today. We thank you for the opportunity to do it and for every good day you give us, not just today, but every future day that comes. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so the first action item today is approval of minutes from the July 20th, 2021 regular meeting.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Jessica. Next, approval of the minutes, or not, payment of county bills.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Parrish,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's also unanimous. Okay, up next is Health Department Administrator. And Miss Sarah, is your last name Quaranta?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, Sarah Quaranta. I'm the health officer for the Florida Department of Health in Franklin and Gulf. You got it.
Yes.
I always tell people that it sounds like quarantine, but instead of the teen, you put the ta, Quaranta.
Yeah.
Okay. I have with me today, everybody know Nicole Sandoval?
Yes.
Good morning.
Born and raised Franklin County. She is our preparedness planner, and she's also a nurse. We got so lucky in public health to have her. And then I also have Carrie Williams sitting, and she is our business manager. So I first wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be here today, having had missed last week's meeting tied to the budget meetings. The funding that we received from the county, that $49,000 over the years that we've received, same, consistent, goes directly to a local public health nurse. So what a time it's been for the local public health nurses. And in Franklin, that funding is tied to supporting Emerald Larkin. And I swear, that woman has probably talked to every single resident in Franklin County at this point. She is just invaluable to this community, and I would say that about our entire public health workforce that we have here at the County Health Department local level. So we would very much appreciate the continued funding support that you all have provided us so that we can continue to do the work that we do. So that's the first part of my overview. The second part is going to be focused on COVID. You know, we've been in phase 3, right? That's what they call it, of the pandemic since the beginning of 2021. And in the early part of that vaccine rollout, you know, this board right here, sent a letter to the state requesting more vaccine doses, more vials, to get shots in the arms of our most at risk as quickly as possible. And I just wanted to take a moment this morning to publicly thank you for your leadership and responsiveness to help us vaccinate as many people as we could so early on. That was a very successful move. Today, crunched the numbers yesterday, almost 78% of individuals 65 or older in Franklin County are fully vaccinated. So I'm so fortunate to work in these rural communities. Franklin County, you've been so committed to the health and safety of all our citizens and our visitors. So the vaccine is more accessible in our communities. We actually have the countermeasure to fight this pandemic. The vaccine can actually help to prevent you from getting sick altogether. We've actually seen this to be true in our own local investigations of individuals exposed to positive people and not getting the virus altogether. And if you still get the virus, because again, no vaccine is 100% effective, and we do have emerging variants, the vaccine can actually reduce severe illness. And if you still get the virus, the vaccine can help to significantly reduce hospitalizations and deaths. Again, we are seeing this to be true in our own local investigations. So this is an opinion. Public health leaders use science, we use surveillance, and we use research, and we share this so that we can help educate the public about what's going on and what we are seeing. And science is continuing to evolve about COVID-19. The science about emerging COVID-19 variants is also evolving. That Delta is one strong, highly transmissible variant. So we are seeing variants in our community, including Delta, just like the rest of the country. Variants are a mutation of a virus, and as long as the virus is able to spread to others, mutations can continue to occur. So some are stronger than others when I'm talking about variants. Some can spread faster than others. Some can even lessen the protection of those who have been vaccinated. So, and that is what we're seeing with that aggressive Delta variant. However, we are seeing a difference between those who are vaccinated and get the virus and those who are not vaccinated and get the virus. And if you get vaccinated and still get the virus, like I said, it can reduce the severity of your illness, even with those variants. So we are seeing this on the local level, and the majority of our cases, though, are still occurring in the unvaccinated population, and that's the same statewide. So this message feels a lot like the same speech we give out every year about flu. The flu vaccine is anywhere from 40 to 60% effective during flu season. And every year we expect to see people who get the flu vaccination to still get the flu. So people think, well, what's the point? And I'll repeat the point again. The severity of that illness is greatly reduced, which reduces the likelihood of hospitalization and death. So the Moderna and Pfizer, which are primarily available here, we do have
Janssen.
We do have Johnson & Johnson. We're going to go through that in a second. The Moderna and Pfizer, I was just going to point out, they had a 94 to 95% vaccine effectiveness during their clinical trial phase, and then they still stayed in the 90% effectiveness during the real-world phase. That's now, with well over 345 million people vaccinated in the U.S. With strong variants, that effectiveness rate can lower. So as long as the virus has the ability to spread, like I said, it has the ability to mutate. So if you get the virus, there's simple advice. You need to do what you're supposed to do: sit at the house and recover. It's that simple. That's what you're supposed to do with any type of illness. If you're feeling sick, if you need medical care, go get it. If you don't, just stay put. Don't spread your sick germs to others. And if you are exposed and you're not vaccinated, this is coming from my nurses, please don't run out and get a test and think that a negative result means that you dodged that virus. If you aren't vaccinated, you need to quarantine during your duration, the duration that we tell you to, as that infection can actually take some time to develop within that 10-day quarantine time frame. So if you are vaccinated, you do need to watch for any symptoms. As we said, the vaccine is not 100% effective. And I think if I speak probably for the whole team that we want this pandemic to end just like everyone else. It's obviously been an exhausting response for the health and medical community, for the leaders of our community, but we're going to continue to do everything we need to in order to protect our people, our family, our friends, our residents, our neighbors. Public health staff, we are responsible for other core public health priorities. So we need to make sure that we're able to prioritize this pandemic the best way we can to protect our communities and still be able to deliver all the other important services for our clients. There's a lot more that we provide. And so when it comes to COVID-19, vaccines are going to don't go out of your home when you're not feeling greatly help to reduce a lot of this.
Well, there's no step for the people in who we don't know nothing about.
In terms of visitors,
What Commissioner Lockley's trying to get, has there been any steps, or have you guys heard anything since you're a state health department? Have you heard anything from the state saying that they're considering this or that, or, you know what I mean, as countermeasures other than just vaccination? I think that's what he's getting at.
I think the state's pretty clear that the number one way to protect yourself from this virus is the vaccine. When it comes to visitors, I think I would also say that the number one way to protect yourself is the vaccine. I mean, you need to focus on yourself and your family, and you want to just make sure that you are as safe as possible.
But we don't know the visitors. I walk in the grocery store, I don't know who visiting and who ain't. Stuff like that.
Makes it difficult, that's for sure.
Certainly.
I will say, Ms. Nicole, I'll probably give you a call so I can come get my shot, my vaccination. I put it off for a long time, and I've thought about it 100 different ways. But at the end of the day, yes, we are political people, but this is not a political thing. This is a health thing. And so I think that's what needs to be done.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we appreciate your leadership.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
do you guys happen to have a frequently asked questions relative to myths? You know, there's been issues about, will I get the virus if I'm getting the vaccine? Does the vaccine have an inoculation of microchips in it? And those kinds of things. Is there anything that the layman can?
We actually do have something we've been working on, and I think for Friday's rollout, because we are providing updates to the community, it would be a great opportunity to share the frequently asked questions that we get with some helpful answers so that people have more, of a credible response to the questions that we see kind of common throughout the community. That's a really good point to make. So we'll have that available on Friday. And those updates are submitted still via text. If you aren't receiving those, you can actually just simply text Franklin CV19 to 888-777, and we're still using that platform to provide updates to the community. And we also use that update through our email distribution list. So just about anybody who wants to be on that, they can, and we email that out, and we also send it to their media.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Noah Lockley Jr., and I'm begging the public to please take the shot. I've been through this. I had the COVID, and there's nothing to play with. It's no joke.
I appreciate you sharing that that personal message, Commissioner. You're right. We take many calls all day long, and we hear about the severity of the illness, particularly of those who are not vaccinated. And I don't want anybody to have to go through that.
But you know, I got an eye-awakening education from you, Commissioner Ward, at our last luncheon about what are you seeing as a respiratory therapist involved in your profession, and you've taught me a lot of things about what the COVID patient looks like under your hand. I was very impressed by and awestruck about the impairment of the respiratory system, and the thickening of blood and the blood clot systems that are occurring. That's just absolutely devastating. And I just really want to impair everybody to get this shot and get it quickly.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolt. Mr. Chairman, yes, I agree. That's the whole reason why I myself got the vaccination, is because it's not a political thing, as Chairman Jones says. It's about, I've seen these people. I've seen what happens to them. I've seen people my age, healthy, no other underlying health conditions, die in the most miserable way possible. Intubated on a ventilator, not being able to speak to their families, and it is a very, very severe disease. So I encourage the public that have not been vaccinated to get vaccinated. And as I said to you guys last week, most of the people that we are seeing in the hospital are the age group between 20s and 35, 40 age group. So
Right.
the young people that aren't vaccinated. We have seen vaccinated people as well, but they're not as sick and their severity of symptoms is not as bad as the ones that have not been vaccinated. So, and thank you guys for all that
Yeah,
you guys
really
do. I know y'all work long hours and hard and to try to ensure that the public is safe. And I actually extend my appreciation to you all for keeping us all safe and informed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I too would like to encourage the public to receive the vaccine. Not only for yourself, but for your loved ones, your kids, your family. It is everybody's individual choice whether they want it or not, but you know, a lot of times it's not about you. It's about the people around you, your loved ones, your kids, as I said before. So I do encourage everybody to get the vaccine and protect your people. You know, school's fixing to start. This variant is devastating the population of Florida, as we had 21,000 something cases on last Friday, I believe, in a one-day total. That's a huge amount of people that has contracted the Delta variant. And two, I'm glad y'all come and give us an update today. I was the one that was so vocal during the budget hearings, wanting to know what was going on, because I look on TV, I see what Walton County's doing, I see what Bay County's doing, you know, reestablishing some of their testing sites, and just want to know what Franklin County was doing, you know, on behalf of our constituents, of all of our constituents. But I don't want to see anybody in Franklin County die of this COVID, and the only way to prevent that is to take the vaccine and try to protect yourself and your loved ones. So again, thank y'all for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
And Ms. Sarah, we look forward to that email blast or text blast Friday. I do appreciate, and I noticed you said that you were given answers, not just responses.
Yes.
So that's a very good thing, and there's a big difference.
There is.
To giving an educated answer to something, not just a response
Yeah.
to questions.
I definitely want to make sure that I work with the clinical team when we get back, and we'll summarize the common clinical questions that we receive on the local level, and provide them in our update. And that's what our updates are meant to be, to inform and educate our residents so that they can make those informed decisions for themselves and their families.
Thank you.
I have one vision I wanted to just throw out there if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
You know, I see us with stationary locations where people can come and get their vaccine and do that in many different locations here in our county. There's a part of me that says, is there any such thing as have vaccine will travel, and actually have a mobile unit that goes into neighborhoods and stops by and says, let's do this. Maybe, you know how the blood bank takes their mobile unit and does what they do. What do you think about us, you know, getting you a van and go do some of this stuff in the neighborhoods?
I think you think through the public health innovative lens that we've been thinking.
Have you been thinking about
We
that?
have. Nicole, do you want to talk about? No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You know, I mean, dignifying it, Nicole, I just see, you know, like the ice cream truck when I was a kid. He came through there.
Actually, I'm not going to lie. We have thought about this.
I'm serious, and I mean that in a very dignified way.
We have thought about bringing a vaccination van with the ice cream truck following
Oh,
us.
there-
So
yeah,
you get
sure.
your shot and then you get your ice cream.
What do you,
There
what
you
are
go.
your
I
thoughts
think
on
she
that?
just summed it up for our
creatively.
community. So that is some of the plans and lens that we're looking through, if we're able to secure the funding for that. We've also, just talking about the stationary locations, we've had the incident management team come down from state and they've been out doing vaccinations throughout the community. They've had 2 testing sites or 2 vaccination sites on St. George Island. They've also come over to Carabel a couple times, as well as East Point. So we've had them in the different locations throughout the community, because we do realize that we're a medically underserved community, and we are transportation disadvantaged for
Surely.
some of our individuals in our community.
Exactly.
So we also have a MOU with our local EMS. They have a paramedicine program where they're able to go into homebound patients' homes to administer the vaccine as well. So what typically happens is either the patient will give us a call at the health department, or the provider's office will get the information on the patient, and then we coordinate with the local EMS and they go out to the patient's homes to administer. For those who are homebound and cannot come in the office to be vaccinated who wish to receive it.
So these are modern ways to do these, especially thinking out of the box in that term.
Absolutely.
It seems to me that in-house, you've got all the tools. You've got the vaccinations, you've got the injection systems and everything, the hypodermics and all that. It just seems like that we've got the transportation out here. And in some way, without you having to wait on funding, I mean, that virus isn't going to wait. Just wonder if there's any kind of cooperative, creative way to get your tools and some transportation and start
communities.
getting into the neighborhoods.
Absolutely.
What do you
Let me
think?
add this, since he's saying that, and y'all brought up the ice cream truck. I mean, he called the sheriff department, he got an ice cream truck. I believe he'll
I think
lend it
it's
to
so
you.
creative. I really do.
It is.
I'm quite sure he'll lend it to you.
Yeah, especially in rural communities, you have to be creative because you do need to go into the communities to increase
right.
that accessibility. So we are looking into those strategies because you're right, we cannot just wait on funding, especially when we have, aggressive variants that are impacting our at the local level, including our communities.
Yes.
Well, Chairman Jones has given me the privilege of serving on the Transportation for Disadvantaged Committee.
Yes,
And
great
they've
committee.
got 4 or 5 units of vans and stuff that perhaps something creative might be able to help with them.
Certainly.
You. So stay in touch and lean on us.
Okay.
Mr.
And
Go ahead, Sarah.
oh, I was just gonna say, I think I pulled the numbers yesterday. It was 44%. I'm not sure if you had anything, but it looks like for 12 and older in Franklin County, the vaccination percentage is 44%, and I know the state is over 60%, 61, 62. So we've got some improvements we can make at the local level.
Yeah. And all this discussion bearing in mind that if it's a Moderna or Pfizer shot, you have to have a second one.
That's true.
So that does complicate things a little bit.
Certainly, it does.
You know, it's good to get out in the community, and it's good to have people get the first one, but
Uh-huh.
they need, if they're gonna do it, they need the second one as well. so.
Absolutely. It's a lot harder at events because
Yes.
they need to come back to get that second dose.
Yes.
But yes, that's a good point.
Well, one more question, school finna start, what, next week or so? This week, next, I don't know. But
Mm-hmm.
It's a week from today.
is, you think it'd be a good idea to have some on campus?
Vaccine? We will. We'll have vaccine available on site. We run the school health program too. We're just about
okay.
everywhere at this point. So yes, we'll make sure vaccines available, COVID vaccines, and then the other student immunizations that they are required to have, to attend school.
Mr.
Y'all
Chairman,
do a good job.
one more thing. Sarah, I'm sure you're already aware, but your budget was tentatively approved at the budget hearing workshop.
Okay, thank you.
It's good.
Since we're in a school, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, I saw this morning in the news that maybe in a couple months, under 12 may be able to be So, what, they use the same vaccines, or you guys would have to wait
Do you
for
want
some
that?
direction from the state?
Yeah, we'll wait on direction from the state, just depending on the approval of the vaccine rollout
Yes.
for the age below 12.
Okay.
Right now, the only vaccine that's approved to administer between the ages of 12 and 18 is the Pfizer,
Pfizer? Okay.
which we do have available, and we'll continue to order more, but we also have other organizations, like she had mentioned, that carry it as well.
Good.
Thank you guys for the update.
Thank
I think
you.
it was a very good discussion.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
All right, up next is public comments. Mr. Morone, I didn't see any speaker cards.
That's correct, sir. No one, there's no speaker cards filled out to speak.
And that's on non-agenda items, or non-action items.
Yes,
Yeah.
because
Okay,
the speaker card, use the speaker card for either one, public
Right.
comments or later on in the meeting for action items, yes.
okay. I just wanted to clarify. Okay.
Yes.
Is there a report from Ms. Maxwell? No, she's not here, but,
No, and I should have removed that off the agenda, and I failed to
Okay.
do that yesterday when I should have, so no,
Okay.
we're good along those lines.
okay. So up next is Mr. Howard Neighbors, Superintendent of Roads and Bridges.
Well, Commissioner, y'all hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I have nothing for the board this morning.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Howard while he's here?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question. Mr. Howard, hey, this is Jessica. I just sent an email to Miss Virginia actually last night about some signage in my district that I'd like either replaced or repaired. So, you guys, I asked her to forward it to me because I didn't have your email. So, you can get the list from her, and if you have any questions, feel free to give me a call.
Okay, yes, ma'am, I got it, so we'll take care of that for you.
Thank you.
Well,
Anyone else? Howard, I would also like to take this opportunity to publicly thank you for some of the signage you guys have started replacing in St. George Island. Some of the signs that were really faded. I know there's a lot more to go, but thank you for everything y'all have done so far, and we'll work on East Point concurrently, so I do appreciate the effort from you and your crew.
yes.
Thank you for being here with us today, Howard.
Thank y'all.
All right, up next, Solid Waste Director, Mr. Fonda Davis.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have no action item this morning. What I would like to ask you all is, has any decision been made on hours or for the parks?
On what?
The hours for
Hours
the
are
use
open.
of the parks?
Open and close hours for the parks.
Well, I thought all the parks open pretty much at sunrise and close at sunset. I mean,
They would have trouble with one of them.
yeah.
Is he talking about Regatta?
No, I think he's talking about all the parks, period. Is that correct,
Yes,
Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yes. So is there a particular instance you're thinking of when you're asking the question? I just want to clarify so the board knows where we're going.
No, I actually had the state's attorney office call me. I guess they have a case. Didn't go into full details, but they just want to know if we have any hours for the use of the parks.
I think it's just sunrise to sunset.
Boss man?
So the board had asked this question, I guess, several meetings back regarding Regatta Park. I looked in our muni code. The board does not have an ordinance on the books that establishes hours of operation or open and closure of your parks. It's just been an administrative matter that basically either the board or the Parks and Rec director, probably under Fonda's predecessor, may have established hours of operation, but there is no ordinance on the books that I was able to locate. So I guess, does our director, Mr. Davis, do you think we need to have an ordinance establishing the opening and closure times of the parks throughout the county?
No, sir. For what, excuse me, what I've been experienced, the only park was Regatta that had some concerns, but everybody else seems to be doing, every other park is doing good. Every now and then we have somebody want to maybe camp overnight, but overall it's been working out great.
Yeah. And I would just inform the board that relative to like our boat ramps, in the past we did not have an ordinance regulating like overnight camping, and then it became a problem, and then the board had to address it. So I guess concerning the hours of operation of the park, if we want to be proactive, we can schedule a public hearing, discuss how the board wants to perhaps establish rules and regulations, opening and closures, a delegation of authority formally to the Parks and Rec director. But that's typically the board has waited until it became an issue, and otherwise it was just a laissez-faire operations. Mr. Davis and his predecessor just managed operations of the park. That seemed to work so far up until this point, but times change as well. So but I think I heard Mr. Davis say he does not think at this time that the board needs to adopt an ordinance.
I do have one concern. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of it. So if it's hard, it's going to be very difficult, I think, I could be wrong, for us to adopt like it closes at 9 o'clock, because especially like for all the parks where baseball and softball are played, during the season, they're liable to run till 10 o'clock at night trying to finish a game. Or, you know what I mean? It's just one of those things. You have kids learn how to play a sport, and if a pitcher's walking everybody, well, guess what? You're going to be there a little while. I mean, you know what I mean? There's nothing you can do about it. So I'm apprehensive for us to consider doing it at set times per se, because that's coming back to bite me a little bit with Regatta Park, I'll be honest with you. But, set times are going to be very difficult. But, you know, that's just my take on it. I'm not saying we shouldn't consider if we start having a problem, but we better be considering the actual uses at the park by our parks and recs for our children and everything they have going on. So,
I agree, Mr. Chairman, because it's hard enough during the season for Fonda just to set up a schedule to have the lights turn off and on at the correct time.
Yes.
You know, sometimes they turn off too early when there's a game. He has to get a call about that. Other times they're on after the game is over. He gets a call from other people saying, "Well, why are the lights on? Nobody's on the park." So that in itself presents a problem. So it's going to be tougher to, I don't know, micromanage is not the right word, but to set this hard rule about all your parks. And your parks exist to do different things for different people. Just saying.
And I concur with the comments from both the chairman and the administrator. As I said earlier, the board has traditionally been a hands-off, laissez-faire, put it in the hands of the director. He manages the parks, and if he thinks there's a problem, then he reports back to this board for guidance. And at this point, he's not come to the board for any guidance. So I would say it seems like what the board's been doing with a hands-off approach is currently working, and so let's don't fix it if it's not broken.
So, Mr. Davis, I guess just if you start to see a real issue you think that we need to consider doing something different, please don't hesitate to bring it back to us.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else have any concerns or questions for Mr. Fonda while he's here?
Yeah, when I got another call for that lady wanted a dumpster again. I forgot to call you. Marini, they need another dumpster.
Where is that, Commissioner?
Huh?
Where is it?
It's in the East Point. I think you took one over the last place you took it at.
Okay, yes, sir. Gotcha.
They called me. I meant to call you, but my mind was gone.
Okay.
I like how you say that, sir.
Anyone else? Mr. Fonda, thank you.
Thank you, Fonda.
Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Okay, up next, Emergency Management Director, Ms. Pam Brunell.
If you see at the first line of her report, they are all down in Crystal River at this moment attending the FEPA mid-year training and workshop.
Okay.
Everything in her report is informational items. So if you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to Pam or any of her staff if you have
Okay.
questions.
All right. Mr. Eric Lovestrand, Extension Office Director.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
I don't have anything for the board this morning.
Okay. Any commissioners have any questions or concerns for Mr. Eric? Mr. Eric, I would like to ask something. How is the newer program that you guys started doing under the auspices of IFAS with the 4-H as far as the sports shooting club? How's all that going?
It's going well. They have actually started doing some practices with some of the early equipment they were able to get. And we just recently received word from the NRA shooting sports program that supports youth programs like this, that we received a grant from them for close to $8,000 that actually was going to purchase pretty much all of the equipment that this group would need to really be fully outfitted. So I'm actually in the mode of looking for some kind of a trailer transport system that we could set up to be able to house the equipment and be able to move it, to the range when they're practicing, and even to events that they might travel to participate in for competitions.
Well, good. That's a good thing.
I got a question. Eric, what other kind of sports y'all got? I mean, for the children who don't like archery, what y'all got? Like a substitute or something?
Right now, that is the only active 4-H club that we have, and we don't have one operating at the school sites in the county right now. But we are working with one other club volunteer that has actually been through the background screening process, and she will be leading a group when they get rolling here fairly soon that will focus on leadership activities for youth. And those will pretty much be the two focus areas that we'll have available for those clubs in the county.
Good.
We'll try to find some of them other than something to do. Anything, occupy their mind. Keep them out of
Yes,
trouble.
sir.
Yeah, 4-H is still a very valid thing. I remember doing it
Yeah.
back years ago. Long time ago now, longer than I wanted to remember.
Oh,
But-
yeah.
But
Just
they
as
had
a,
4-H in the county, and it was actually good. It was good for
yeah,
all
just
of
a
us.
side note, we were digging through some old papers and found all of the old records that have all of you guys when you were kids in 4-H programs in this county.
Yep.
So it was pretty interesting to go through that and see all of the names we recognize of people who are grown in the community now.
Yep.
And they do have opportunities routinely for kind of the one-off events that 4-H sponsors, like 4-H University. The summer camp program is still not active as of yet for residential summer camp, but they are doing some day camp programs over at Camp Tempucci. So when we get word on those activities, we'll try to get the word out in the community. And youth can participate in those without being a regular member in a 4-H club.
Sounds good. Thank y'all for everything you're doing, Mr. Jerry. Anyone else have any questions or concerns?
If I may, one question, and
Yes.
not a question, I take that back. Eric, a request. I heard you talk about a grant from the NRA for equipment and stuff. If you ever happen to accidentally, or not accidentally, come across information about perhaps a grant for a range altogether in the county, that would just, not just serve 4-H, but everybody else, let me know. Especially
Okay.
a NRA grant, that,
You're talking about a public shooting range.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
We're still, we might have discussed it in a while, but trust me, it's still in the minds of the commissioners and myself,
Yes.
trying to figure a way to get this done for the public.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Will do.
Do you know if that thought might translate into what the sheriff is proposing for a new update in his range? Do you think those monies might potentially cross over?
Well, that's the sheriff's problem. The meeting that Aaron and I had with him, we discussed that, and he said he had the plans, but not the money.
Yeah, he told me that the other day,
Yeah,
too.
so that's where we are with that.
I wonder
So-
if your question might relate to some of the
Yeah,
money that he might need.
especially if it comes to the sheriff as an NRA grant, yes.
Yeah,
I mean, you
it
never
adds a
know.
lot of credibility. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Eric.
Thank you all.
All right. Is Ms. Whitney Roundtree Library Director?
Yes, she is.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
All right. No action items today, but I would like to tell you a little bit more about our summer reading program now that it's come to a close.
Okay.
I'd like to thank everyone in the community who participated, whether it was attending a live performance educational program or participating in our reading challenges. Congratulations to our reading challenge winners. We had 133 registered readers. Together, they logged a total of 169 books and logged 4,534 minutes of reading. Thank you to the Friends of the Franklin County Public Library. They funded the entire programming, paying for performances and reading incentive prizes. I'd also like to thank the Sheriff's Department. I gave them a call, and they came out to our last big event and brought the ice cream truck and handed out free ice cream, so I'm very appreciative of that. Any questions for me?
Sounds like it's been a busy summer.
Yeah, it was great. I'm really grateful.
Okay. Anyone have any questions or concerns for Ms. Whitney? Ms. Whitney, I see here on your report that you've interviewed some applicants for your vacant permanent part-time position, library assistant. Do you have any idea when you might actually be seeking to employ one of those applicants? Is there a timeline?
Yeah, she actually starts Monday, so next week.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank
Ms.
you
Whitney.
very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, up next, Mr. John Solomon, TDC Administrator.
Morning, Commissioners. John Solomon, TDC Director. I do not have any action items for you this morning. I do have two informational items I'd like to cover with everyone. Sorry, I did forget my reading glasses. the May collections, this is May, a couple months back, was $276,458. That's an increase of $152,619, or 123% over May of 2020, which was actually a pretty decent year. It's the highest collections for the month of May ever by 110,319. This also makes this the third highest collections for 1 month in the history of Franklin County. TDC, the other two top months were both in June of 19 and 20. So May is the first one to creep into that 200 and something thousand number, besides the month of June and July. So very big increase in ability to be able to do what we do. The last thing, and I do want to thank Chairman Commissioner Jones for coming to me during the heart of the pandemic and saying I'd love to have a mobile app for our county. But the Franklin County TDC is proud to announce that the Florida's Forgotten Coast mobile app that the Franklin TDC developed and produced won the 2021 Flagler Award from Visit Florida. So we'll be going in September to receive that award, hopefully.
Good.
That was one of the reasons I don't need to get COVID and sit at home. I'm too busy thinking of something else to do, because that's really when that kind of come out. You know, it's like, you know, I know we're small, but we have to do a better job of getting information out about things concerning our county.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, not only do we have this mobile app for people that are visiting that has dining and lodging and all these other things, but it also has the beach flags on the app for all the prospective places in the county. It has weather alerts, in any kind of, you know, if there's a hurricane alert or something that comes through, it can push it out through push notification. So at the end of the day, it's just about making sure that the residents and visitors are aware of what's going on in the county, to the best of our ability.
We've seen a lot of locals that also use the app as well for different things.
I got to disagree with you on that, Mr. Chairman. I mean, let's get it right now. Y'all doing a great job. You're doing too good a job. Because we still don't have the infrastructure for the people that coming. And they, I mean, you know, that's what I'm talking about. We got to get the infrastructure in here, the bathrooms, the parking lots, the eating places. We got that.
Commissioner,
we got these people coming every day.
Commissioner,
I mean,
the
you
budget was,
can't go downtown. I mean, I got to come an hour early to get down here to park. I got to go down the back way to go home if I want to eat dinner. Because you can't go through town.
well, Commissioner, y'all did tentatively approve the budget coming up. The next thing that the infrastructure money is in, but also all those visitors that we have coming in, they have provided that extra amount of money to be able to provide that infrastructure. If not for them and us doing a good job, because I got to stand up for my team, and they do a great job. But if not for them, we wouldn't have that money coming into the county that we're going to be able to do those things the next couple of years, which I'm thankful for, because one of the first things, like I said a couple of months back, was when we got there, that was one of the first things I talked to y'all about is we need this infrastructure.
Yeah.
I was listening to y'all, and the way to do it was at first to get the 1% because we needed that extra money. This year has made that dream for this commission even more reality in the next 2 years because of the amount of visitors that we have attracted to Franklin County. The money has raised up. The 1% is going to be higher than we expected it to be, and y'all will be able to do a lot more projects than what we had originally planned. So it's going to be really good.
We need to go up in the air with some parking lot. That's the only way you're going to accommodate, and you ain't got enough on the ground. I mean, you ain't going to have a big enough area. You got to go in the air. And then you got to have some bathrooms. So you got to have a parking lot plus bathroom right by them. Eliminate some of the other problems, you know, what's happening on the beaches and around town everywhere. But like I said, y'all doing too good a job until we fix that. then it'll be good.
Yeah,
It'll
I don't know
come
how
together.
to, I don't know how to not do a good job. Sorry, Commissioner. Y'all pay me to do it. I can't help it when it's done.
But, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I want to be clear about something that we all understand on in the room, everybody watching, that, and John knows the rules better than I do, so, but understand that I don't want this impression that John can take TDC money and go and build a 4 or 5-story parking lot. That's not how the rules work. I mean, so there, he's gonna try his best within the rules to do as much infrastructure that he can, but know that, you know, I don't want anybody walking away thinking that he could just go out and build a bathroom somewhere because it's needed. It doesn't, you know. Unfortunately, the state doesn't feel the same way everybody in this room feels.
Well, see, that's where the state is, they got some stupid people up there. 'Cause
Well,
you can't put us on the same line as Miami-Dade or Jacksonville, Pensacola. I mean, with the money they collect, they have enough to do their thing.
Mhm.
But we limit it. And with they limit.
They're limited, yes.
They limit, they still have money to do this. But they putting us on the same limitation as them, and that should be addressed some kind of way. I don't know.
I agree. That's, to me, that's, when is that, when did you tell me about the legislative, conference?
It's gonna be in September.
September somewhere. That's where the board goes and you see legislatures and you say, look, this isn't working.
Yeah.
You know, the TDC is doing too good of a job of bringing people, but you have to allow them to build the infrastructure for the people that they're bringing.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
that's when you get to do that, sir.
But the way,
we
the
got
way
the
it
same-
currently is, if a tourist development council in a county receives over $10 million in a year, they can basically do any infrastructure they want to with it. Whether it's roads, parking lots, they can do whatever they want with it.
Yeah.
But if it's less, if you're receiving less than 10 million, you can do this and this, but you can't do this.
And
You know?
it's a lot of and, or, if,
Mhm.
buts. And I think that's the point that Commissioner Lockley is getting at. You know, that 10 million rule needs to go away.
It
It's
needs
just
to
that
go
simple.
away. I mean, it's good for the big counties. If that's what they wanna do, that's good for them. But it's knocking the small county.
Yes.
That's right.
It is not only us, but every small county it is. It's beating us.
Hampering your
But
TDC.
Michael, and I appreciate it, but one of the things is, there's a lot we can do, and there's a lot that we have to go and ask for opinions and try to see what it actually, after y'all give us the ideas to go to, and there's ways to, you know, utilize the funds to get the infrastructure that you prefer in a way that also benefits these rules that the state legislature have put forth. So we have to go forward through the process of, and yeah, there's some things that may not be able to happen, but we're not for sure what that might be yet, because we don't know exactly what the county commission, which is the one who decides what we do, can do it. You know, we provide the funds there, y'all provide the decision, and we'll make sure it happens,
But
you know,
it
to the
shouldn't
best
be
of
that
our
way.
ability.
It shouldn't be that way, 'cause, come on, if you gonna get $10 million in a year?
No, we're never getting that $10 million.
No.
That's not happening. We're not doing that good of a job. Thank you, Commissioner. It ain't that good.
So, you out of that circle.
But there's other, when Michael says there's limitations, there is. There's even limitations for that 10 million, how much they can use and what they can use it for. That's not saying that we can't build bathrooms, we can't build parking lots. That's saying where we can, we have to get opinions for it. We're still able to do everything we were able to do before. We're just able to do more of it and quicker. And when it comes to the legislative session, these commissioners can talk to our legislators about adjusting some rules for smaller rural counties that probably, I do agree, needs to be adjusted. There's some rules that I feel like when you have 34 miles of coastline, that 10% rule of, you know, beach park facility probably is not the greatest thing for that kind
I
of
agree.
community. And we have to take out a loan and pay it off each year, even though we do have the money that we could pay it off right now.
And that part is not on you, it's on us. It's on these 5 up here for us to get in there. We're gonna have to fuss with them.
Yes, sir, and we have too.
Yeah, I mean, y'all can too, but when it comes down, we're gonna have to get down and have a serious conversation with them folks. Let them know, hey, the TDC doing their job, but it ain't doing us no good, the way y'all got it set up. That's simple as that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You know, based on this conversation this morning, relative to the funds we have, thinking of what are the proper regulatory guidelines for TDC monies and so on, it seems to me that we as a board need to begin to work closely with the TDC and the regulatory guidelines and the money we have and decide a list that matters most in a priority order of what we can do prorated to this county and this money. It seems to me we should be doing that kind of a mini workshop to decide an outcome list of what we should start at first that we know is approved and money's available to begin to guide the TDC and them to guide us.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When these infrastructure projects are brought to me for legal review, I have to make sure we comply with those statutory restrictions. Now, I don't necessarily agree with what the legislature has done, but we have to comply with it because the penalty is we would have to refund out of your ad valorem tax dollars back to the TDC. So when these projects come to me for review, that is the lens through which I look at it.
Yeah.
Good.
It ain't you, it's not you.
Oh, I understand.
And it's not the TDC, it's them people in Tallahassee that put all these restrictions.
Oh, and you're going to hear later on in the meeting when Commissioner Ward brings up her infrastructure surtax, you're going to find yet another strike by the legislature against local government. But again, we have to comply.
But we need to be a proactive board as well. And you can just see the pivoting pressures, and it's a great celebration pressure of the visitors that are coming to Franklin County. The rumblings are all over. And I believe proactively this board needs to sit down and make some decisions about what we're going to do legally and correctly with pure money that will never be clawed back to complement what the TDC has done and what this is happening in the influx of visitors that we are having here. You know, I remember about a couple months ago, Chairman Noah, you had mentioned how we don't have any parking and that we invite the visitors to come and then we slap their hand with a boot on their car because they didn't park in the right place. And I think that the responsibility of this commission is to proactively start moving and putting our decisions where the money is and start coming up with those infrastructures that are appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, if I can address Commissioner Bolt's comment. The good news from the restrictions that the legislature has placed in the statute is they have clearly laid out a roadmap of what we can do. It's already there. This board does not need to spend any effort to determine what is allowable or not, because by limiting your uses of the TDC monies, the legislature has already created that roadmap for the board. So the projects that this board would approve that are infrastructure just simply have to match the statutory criteria. And as long as we match the statutory criteria, I think that we are as close to a safe harbor as we can get to make sure we avoid the clawback, or let's say potential clawback.
So can we start something based on the guidance we already have then and decide, hey, next February we'd like to do A, B, and C with some of these money? May I make a motion that we make that? Let's see how we want to do this. We just want to come up with as a board and make some decision relative to conferring with TDC, the statutory guidelines, and have a decision list of what infrastructure that we're going to promote in the next year.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that I'd ask Commissioner Bolt to delay your motion until after we complete the budget. Then once the budget's completed, we know where we are, then we get with, and it could be we've done it before, basically a combined workshop where you bring the TDC in, you sit here and we have a conversation.
Okay, so in October, could you put that on your reminder list for us in October?
I sure will.
We'll do it. And what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the TDC board, their function is to be the advisory committee for the county commission, and having them part of the process is really important. They're volunteers within the community that have a stake in tourism, and they have very good leadership in that TDC board that would like to be involved. they don't make the ultimate decision. The county commission makes the ultimate decision. But, you know, having them involved, being that we do have their committee, would be a good thing. I agree with Mr. Morone that after budget, we
Yeah.
need to
Okay.
wait till then. So we really don't know where we're at this point. As far as budget, it's just tentatively approved at the moment.
Okay.
You know, and I've said at the budget workshop that, you know, 600,000 is just the infrastructure money that's there per statute for the county commission. That's not counting the 190 for the restrooms and other infrastructure projects that are already in the budget. So that I expect that to be even larger for the next budget year because of the year we're having right now. But we can't predict that until we get there because we don't know what's coming. We never knew what was coming when we did the budget during COVID last year. So it's always one of those, we can't budget until we see what we're making,
Yes.
honestly. And right now with the 1%, we don't know what those numbers are because we've never seen them before. Starting next month, I will know what those numbers look like. So I do think waiting is the best thing to do until after the budget. You know, the TDC board is just as invigorated as Commissioner Lockley is about doing some infrastructure projects. That is the reason they proposed the 1%. It's the reason that they've come to the board about our collections that we have, because they feel the same way, that we do need to provide for our visitors and our residents to make it a life easier on both parties in general. And myself believes in the same way, that, you know, when I came here, the first thing, that was one of the goals, was to be able to provide more infrastructure. We do a good job advertising. The team is wonderful, and I can't say anything, you know, bad about them. They do a great job. But we have another part of the TDC that's the infrastructure, and that's the next step into this process.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a
Yes.
question? Mr. Solomon, has the TDC board already been discussing potential infrastructure projects
Yes.
to recommend to this board?
No, sir. Actually, the TDC board felt that we needed to converse with the county commission to see what their ideas of infrastructure projects would be, because they make the ultimate decision, and we like to pattern the processes after what they would like to see. But we were also waiting for the budget to be approved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, no
So
problem.
in summary, can we make sure that Michael has on his agenda in October this conversation between the board and the TDC relative to a certain amount of money that we can expect, and start thinking about what matters most in the way of something legal infrastructure? Can you do that for us?
We would probably
Would that be
have to,
appropriate?
we would probably have to
Yes,
bring it up and actually make a motion
At the
to
next
do
meeting?
some kind of workshop, yeah.
Okay,
But
so I'll
we-
put it as, on my report,
Yeah.
Commissioner Bolt, next
Okay.
meeting, you guys can make a motion,
Okay.
Okay.
okay?
Good.
I'll try
There
to
you go,
be,
John.
I'll try to be date and time specific, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine. Because, yeah, I mean, it's something we probably need to do in a workshop setting,
Guidance.
so the TDC board can be present and converse with this commission.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, we're all residents of this county, we're all trying to do the right thing and try to do it as quickly as possible. But, you know, to summarize all of it up, the way it's written in statute, with us having as much coastline as we have, and really only having one industry presently, we are hindered in what we can do versus what we should be able to do. And that's my own personal opinion, so.
Well, it's like this. Ain't no need to keep on putting this stuff on the back burner. Get it done. Whatever we can do, get it done. If it's, well, you know we limited. We know this. Just start doing the thing we can do. That's what it boils out to. I mean, the rules there, they've been there. They ain't not gonna change. But we just pick out something and go start doing it. It got to be done, or either we gonna have the same problem.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Good job, John.
Take 5.
we're going to discuss diabetes. Another chronic condition that we face a lot in primary care is diabetes or insulin resistance, specifically type 2. With diabetes, not only can you manage it with improving your diet and decreasing carbohydrate consumption, but there are plenty of medications that are out on the market that attack that pathology from different directions. And if you have any questions or concerns, or you want to talk about your diet or preventing the progression of that disease, come see me at Weems Memorial and I'd love to take care of you.
Tiffin, and welcome to my store. I've been in the furniture business in East Point for over 25 years, and this is our fabulous store. Look at all these accessory pieces we have. And these umbrella fabrics are just terrific. This is a good example. We probably have 50 sofas on the floor in umbrellas. They're so advanced in their fabric, they won't fade, and they're just real easy to clean. You need to clean them with bleach. This is a product we've been selling for over 20 years. It's called Polywood. It has marine grade stainless steel screws, and you can't wear it out. It's guaranteed 20 years outdoors. I've been in print for 50 years, and I do all kind of art. And we're gonna just show you a lot of our paintings and prints. And my daughter Lacey has these prints. We got some stack paintings of St. George, and we'll show you those in Apalachicola, showing different businesses and places of interest. And we have those little prints that you can come in. Great souvenirs for tourists. As Royce flew in on his drone, he flew over our big log out front. His name's Big Charles, and Mr. Golden pulled that log 5 or 6 years ago out of the river, 30 or 40 feet deep, and it was buried in the mud, so it's the best example of any piece of cypress that's ever come out of the Apalachicola River. This is an example of how these logs end up. This log we've dated is around 2,000 years old. It takes us 5 years to dry these logs. We have to air dry them, split them to get it to this stage. So they're magnificent. We just love these things. One other thing we do here at Tiffin's, we offer a complete line of window treatments from Home Renovations and Shutters, a big wholesaler. So we got everything from shutters to the latest things here, window treatments. Here we have Audra. She's our store manager, does a terrific job. Amy, who sells and does all of our technology. Angie, who's an interior designer. And these girls can come to your home and we can give you advice. You know what to do, there's no charge for it. And then we have Bobby, who's our table maker, and he also helps Little Living Furniture. And we got Nate and Glenn, who deliver furniture. They never break anything, they're just wonderful. They've been with me for many, many years. They're just great guys. So we're gonna give you the best possible service at Tiffin's.
Come inside and check us out. We have something for everyone. Hello, welcome to Apalachicola Chocolate and Coffee Company. From our handmade chocolates, fudges, delicious old-fashioned caramel, pies, cookies, including the largest Greek wedding and macarons you've ever seen. We also make the Italian-style ice cream called gelato, which is adult-tested and kid-approved. We have a full menu coffee bar, from lattes and cappuccinos to some of our signature drinks, such as our affogatos and black bottom coffees. And don't forget about the famous crafted coffee blend. We also roast our coffee beans on site, so it's super fresh. Don't like coffee? We also have teas and lemonade. If you're hungry, we serve breakfast sandwiches on our homemade bread, or we have New York water bagels. or tried the biscuits and gravy that are to die for. We also have lunch sandwiches and soups. We do carry some gluten-free and vegan options as well. Hear what some locals have to say.
I love the biscuits and gravy.
You know something? The coffee here is great.
I love the ice cream of the chocolate company.
So come check us out and stay a while. In here, it's just like Cheers, where everybody knows your name. Oh, hey, Dan.
In regards to the services that we offer, so we take care of individuals from birth to death. So if you have a newborn, please bring them in, come see us. We'd love to take care of them. If you're early on and you need a school physical, we'd love to take care of you. Young children typically are doing rather well, and we check in on their development and kind of leave them alone and let them grow like they're supposed to. We talk about diet, preventative medicine as well, but usually young children are doing quite well. If we're in the middle of life and we have medical conditions or we want to start our preventative medicine, we'd love to take care of you. So my goal is to consider the big picture, make sure all of those specialists who specialize in the organ systems integrate that appropriately and are considering the big picture.
The new Florida's Forgotten Coast app. See the latest beach conditions, things to do, places to get delicious seafood, and great shopping along Florida's Forgotten Coast, plus more. Also, check out the Explore the Forgotten Coast Passport and Forgotten Coast Foodie Passport to be entered for your chance to win a trip to the Forgotten Coast. Download the new Florida's Forgotten Coast app in the Apple App Store and Google Play Store. This mobile app brought to you by the Franklin County Tourist Development Council. Our beautiful piece of paradise. Please make sure you visit our local shops, restaurants, galleries, and take some time to experience something different and take a fishing trip or tour with one of our experienced guides. Our neighbors and their businesses are the heartbeat of our community. Thank you for visiting, and remember to shop local, eat local, and fish local. This message is brought to you by the Apalachicola Bay Chamber of Commerce.
Discuss preventative medicine. If you come to Weems and establish a primary care physician, even if you're feeling great, considering your family history and other risk factors, it's important to follow up and pursue preventative medicine. Getting some basic labs, thinking about the future. Just want to sit down and talk to somebody who has a little bit of medical knowledge and can kind of point you in the right direction. I think that's the role of your primary care physician. Taking some time, discussing your concerns, talking to you about your family history, about what's going on in your life, and intervening and helping you to understand kind of what's going on with your current medical conditions.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next is our interim airport manager, Mr. Ted Mosteller.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ted Mosteller, Airport.
Good morning.
My report this morning is mostly informational, but we do have some discussion concerning the roof on the FBO, and I'm very proud to announce that after last night's rain, there's no leaks.
That's good.
They worked on it yesterday and patched the leaks. So we're good there. I have with me Mr. Chuck Stensland. How you say that?
It's Chuck Stensland, North
Stensland.
Florida Construction Management.
To help answer any questions in the discussion of this roof, we have three options. One is to fix it, patch it like we already have, and the second is to replace all the screws that are rusting and cover it with a product called Geico. Am I saying that right?
It's Geico.
Geico. And then the third option would be to replace the entire roof. And the prices that we quoted in I put this together last Wednesday, as you know, are not exactly correct. I'll just let Chuck take care of it, and you can ask him any questions about it. Thank you.
How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Chuck Stensland, North Florida Construction Management. The prices that we had looked at as far as on the roofing, we done a minor repair last night to stop the leak over the office part. The, I guess, maintenance part in the back right-hand corner and on the far left-hand corner. The options we got there is to replace all the screws on the building. We'll use the system as a Geico system. We'll do a rubberize around the exterior of the building, at least a foot to 16 inches wide, and all across the main, the three lap systems where you got like a ridge. This will prevent it from leaking. But right now with the screws, you've got the screws that has the rubber gasket washers that is deteriorated. We've also got the metal is deteriorating around the screw. So if we replace it and we cover it all with a Geico system, we're looking at a price somewhere just to do the outside perimeter, the three ridge areas. We're looking at somewhere right at $40,000.
How much?
40,000.
Let me ask you,
If we,
how old that roof is on
The roof was put there in 1992.
92?
So
That's last 93, so it kind of overlapped from 92 to 93.
30 years.
Yes.
And that's about your limitations on a metal roof, especially here in Florida, on the coastal area with the salt air. We could take that same roof if we take and replace all the screws on it instead of doing the exterior of it in the ridge areas. If we Geico'd the whole roof on it, we would be looking at an additional $18,000 to rubberize it after we replace it. That way it will cover all the screws, it will rubberize it and seal the screws. It'll prevent any maintenance in the near future.
What kind of screws you gonna use?
We'll, what kind of screws will I use? These are all metal screws, and we will go to a larger size. I think they're like a 3/8 screw, but they'll be 1.5 inches, 1 3/4 long. They come with the metal panels.
Mr. Chairman, a question, how long will that extend the life of the current roof by with this option that you're referring to?
If we do the exterior of it, just leave the screws in the field, with the rusting that we have now, probably another 10 years. If we replace all the screws and then we rubberize the whole roof on it, 30 to 50 years.
So for about 60,000, you're saying we can get 30 more?
53, 55,000, you can get another 30 years out of it.
Mr. Chairman.
What the life expectancy of a roof?
In normal or perfect conditions, you could probably say 50 years on a painted metal roof. A Galvalume roof, you're looking at about 20 years. Here in Florida, on the coastal area with the salt air, you can cut that about in half.
So this one has lived its life, basically, is what you're saying.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's lived its life, and then Ted will verify that around all the screw areas on the roof now, you can see all the deterioration of the rust that's already there, the pitting. Once that starts, it's like cancer. It starts eating away at it. The way to cover it is replace the screws, seal the cancer, cover it with a rubberized system on there.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I address some questions
Yes.
to Mr. Ted and the contractor? Hey, good morning. Michael Schuler, I'm the county attorney. The board has a local bid policy with a $10,000 threshold that requires bidding for projects that are in excess of $10,000. So a couple questions for you. Of this $53,000 to $58,000 estimate that you're giving, are the materials in excess of $10,000 in cost for purchase?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is there anything about the condition of the roof which would provide a factual basis for the board to declare an emergency to waive the local bid policy? I mean, is there something structurally that's unsound because of the condition of the roof? Or is this just a ordinary routine? It's a 30-year-old roof that needs to be, have the repairs that you're mentioning, in which case there would not be a factual basis to waive the local bid policy.
After the repair that we made yesterday afternoon and we stopped the leaks over the office so you don't have there, I think we killed the chance of any mold and mildew at this time. With some of the other areas that the cancer is already there, the rust is already eating at, I can't promise that next week, next month, or next year you don't have a leak in another area. But right now, we have prevented a leak over the office, the maintenance area, and the far left corner of the building.
Well, Commissioners, it doesn't sound like there's a factual basis to declare an emergency and waive your local bid policy, but obviously that decision is up to the board. I mean, is there any additional information you can give to the board about the condition of the roof? I mean, Ted, you've been out there for 30 years, so, I mean, can you provide any additional information for the board?
I failed to mention before, these pictures you see are Commissioner Ward. She took those Friday. I took her up. She actually walked the roof, and we looked at it real closely. And like Chuck says, it's rusting around a large number of the screws, and that's going to have to be taken care of. I'd say, like Chuck just said, who knows? It may be leaking next week. It may be next year. It's just a situation where the rubber sealant between the screw and the actual metal roof is rusty, has deteriorated away, and that's causing the rust, which is accelerating real fast. So I agree. I've already told Chuck that we'd more than likely have to bid it. So, but he's willing to come in and talk with you and answer any questions you may have. I don't see an emergency today, but that's up to the board to decide.
Mr. Chair.
Let me reiterate on something. It ain't a matter of if it's gonna leak, it's a matter of when it's gonna leak, because it is already, the gaskets on all your screws are deteriorated. It's already a gap there. You've been very fortunate that it hadn't leaked at this time.
I have a 30-year-old roof at my house. I understand about it could fail at any time, but Commissioners, based on the information that we've been given from our interim airport manager, then I don't think there's a factual basis to support waiving your local bid policy. My recommendation is that the board, based on this information, authorize the creation of a bid specification and then advertisement of bids for the repairs of the FBO roof.
Actually, Mike, sorry.
Your airport engineers, AvCon, would likely be the best group to actually write up that, that request for bids
So-
for the airport roof.
I would like to say this. So what I think, there's a couple things for the board to discuss before we get to the advertising point. One, are we advertising to replace the roof? Or do you like his idea about spending the, let's say 55, 60,000, let's just say, you know, on this treatment that he says will maybe guarantee the roof for another 15, 20 years maybe?
Yes.
That's what the board has to decide first, I think, you know, and then let's go out for bid based on which direction the board wants to go. Because we're hearing two things. I mean, Ted presented three options, but really and truly, there are two options long-term. One is that treatment or just, I mean, like the gentleman said, the roof has lived its life for the most part.
We'll have the engineer look at it and make a recommendation of which way they think that the board should go, and then they can write up a spec based on what their engineering recommendation is.
There you go. And we bring it back to you for your, for any comments or your direction.
I think that's a good idea. I would like to ask Commissioner Lockley, with the time you worked in construction, what's been your experience with some of these Galvalume roofs? Are you ever fool with them much?
You ain't gonna get so many years out. I mean, out of any of them.
Right, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've had a Galvalume roof. I've owned one, and I remember those screws that you're talking about and the rubber gaskets. Mine had over 5,000 of those screws in that particular roof. And you know what technique that they used? They used a what they called a Hershey kissed application of silicone over every replaced screw instead of the entire application of sealing. Your thoughts, and how does that change numbers and pricing?
Tell them the price of that
Okay, changing prices on it. Then you got three layers or three stages of your Geico system. You can get it in a 1 gallon bucket. But a residential Geico, you can pick it up on a 5 gallon bucket somewhere around the $350 range. When you get to a commercial application and you go to something as the airport, you're looking at about $700 per 5 gallon bucket. Dealing with the ceiling, if you're talking to each individual screw, it's not really going to change a whole lot, because what we're doing is doing the outside perimeter at this area, making sure it's thoroughly, that's where when you got your pitch and the water comes, and that's where it's going to set. The three seams where your ridges are, we're looking at coating those as well. It would decrease the price as far as replacing and rubberizing the whole building, because you're looking at an additional $18,000 because of, you got 180 squares there.
Mr. Chairman.
It's a lot of surface area that
We're
you're
getting a
covering.
little too far down the road, because if the contractor is trying to write the specs, he's going to disqualify himself as a bidder. So we probably should bring this conversation to a close. I think the board's already indicated the direction it wants to go in, which is have the engineer examine both of the possibilities, roof replacement or the repair. Let the engineer make that decision. Let the engineer prepare the bid specs. Maybe they do both packages and bring it back to this board, and the board makes a decision which way it wants to go.
What strength 10 that is?
Sir?
What strength 10 that is?
What strength is that? That's a 26 gauge.
26?
Yes, sir. It's 26 gauge Galvalume. It's called a classic rib.
And know that it's not, we don't want to hear what you have to say, or we like what you're saying, we love the information, but we don't want to put you in a position where we're going to have to exclude you from bidding because you said too much at a public meeting.
I understand.
In other words, you
Mr.
can't
Ted
write
had
your
a third
specs and then bid on your specs. It doesn't work that way. So let the engineer make the decision. The engineer will write the specs, and then we'll take it from there.
So do we need to do that by motion, sir? To send it
Yes,
to the
to
engineer?
authorize the engineer.
For both, I still,
Yeah,
I like
let the
Attorney
engineer
Schuler.
make the decision.
I think for both, and let the board make a decision which way they want.
Okay.
Well, the initial decision, I mean, if the engineer says a replacement is unnecessary and a repair is appropriate, I mean, anyway, I don't know if the board wants to delegate that decision to them or not, but at least have them examine both issues and then make a recommendation back which one they think.
Well, I do think that's valid. They are the engineer.
That's correct.
So I do think that's valid. They need to kind of give us an idea. I mean, they can get, potential for both, but that's the reason they're the engineer for us. They need to tell us kind of the best path forward.
Speaking of the engineer, he is in town as we speak, or at least he was here last night.
Right.
They're working on the ramp,
At the airport.
Pavement, yeah.
rehab.
He said all day he's gonna be here, Ted.
Yes.
And to further what Ted is saying, and he will be on your next agenda to present a report to this board.
Oh, you talked to him, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's.
Well, he ought to be able to give us an answer by then.
I would think so.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, Ted, we'll task him with
I'll
that.
contact him as soon as I leave here and
There we go.
see if he's still here, and if the rain didn't run him off this morning.
Okay, so to wrap this up, it's the pleasure of the board to make a motion to try to get this going forward.
I'll make that motion.
I second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Bolt, to task Avcon, an engineer for the county for the airport, to make the appropriate research and recommendation for this board, whether we need to patch this roof or completely replace it, and possibly come up with bid specs so we can take it out to bid to do that work.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Right.
can I say something?
Yes, sir.
When you got this tin, the life expectancy of the tin, I don't know, they said it's 92.
Yes, sir.
It's almost 30 years.
Yes, sir.
If it's 50 years, I don't know what the life expectancy.
Well, in walking around on the roof, Commissioner Ward can tell you, attest to it, the metal itself, except for where it's rusting, appears to be in pretty fair shape. So, and like I discussed, our discussion on the option number 3, if you did replace that roof, you would have to replace the insulation under it also because it's sandwiched between the structure and the
Yes.
roof metal.
It had to be a complete job.
Yeah, and that insulation is in bad shape.
My thing is this, if you got rust on, and it's leaking, it's going on it's running down the bottom of that tin, you can't see under the bottom.
Well, you should see the office, the tile is disintegrating.
I'm sorry, I got some
You
of
can't
those
see the
too.
bottom of that. If that rubber done come off that screw and you got rust running down, the tin ain't gonna last so long.
No.
No, it's not. Okay, so any more discussion before we vote?
Here's the ceiling inside, what it looks like. In that one place.
All right, do we have any more pictures? Is that all of them?
They're about the same, different pictures, but, you know, they're the same. So
Okay.
I think we got the point across.
Okay. So any more discussion before we vote?
Yeah, you need to fix that so we can tell whether it's leaking.
Does
Stop
need to be
that.
repaired?
Y'all gonna repair that tin? Or put something over to stop that, so you can
Oh,
tell?
we do need to go inside and repair that. It's just a matter of a couple drop-in ceiling tiles, similar to these. It's no big expense, but if I can, if you authorize me, I'll pick them up at
We
Ace.
currently have a motion on the table. That's what we're discussing. Any more discussion about the motion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Carry on, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
And Ted, in reference to the tiles, just give me a proposal, how much they cost, and then you and I will talk about that.
Okay.
And
They're-
one more thing.
they're rather inexpensive,
Yeah, I don't
so.
think it'll be that expensive. Commissioner Ward, I want to congratulate you for going up on that roof on Friday with, what was the temperature? A million degrees, there we go.
You put her life in my hands.
Yeah.
Well
Done for me,
done.
thanks.
The other item, on the plumbing situation, I had a plumber finally got someone to talk to me about it, and he sized up the situation. The pump needs to be replaced. The GFCI is taken care of. There's power now, but he's trying to put together the equipment because he has to have a portable pump and tank to pump out the tank that's there so that he can replace the pump that's in there.
So, Mr. Ted, these are grinder pumps.
No,
correct?
this particular one is a lift station. However, I would recommend putting a grinder pump back in there.
Well, the reason I say that, there's a really big difference.
I understand.
One is our responsibility, the other one is not.
That's what I hear.
And a lift station, you would know it's there because you wouldn't spend $5,000 repairing a lift station.
No.
You'd spend about 150.
Well, I priced the replacement pump and it was 400 plus.
Yeah, then you're talking about grinder pumps.
No, that's just the lift station. That's just the lift pump. The grinder pump was about $1,200–1,300.
But again, though, there's a difference between a lift station and a grinder pump.
Well, you can put a grinder pump in this container that the lift pump is in now, according to Monica.
Okay, so let me simplify it. A lift station, usually there's one in a vicinity. There's not several.
Yes.
And if there is a lift station at the airport, one probably covers the entirety of the airport.
There are.
If what you're referring to, there are multiple of, they are grinder pumps.
They're mixture. The ones on the big hangar are grinder pumps. The one on the T hangars are grinder pumps. But the ones on the FBO is a lift pump. And there are two on the FBO. And then the one behind the 60x60 in front of the EOC is a lift pump. And the one at the EOC is a lift pump. It feeds straight to the city. And then it's one comes out of Randall Terry's hangar. I'm pretty sure it's also just a lift pump. Did I get it straight? And each one of those feeds into the other one, except the one at the EOC, which there's two inputs and one output going to the city. It's just a lift pump.
So is it an action you're looking from the board for? Or
Not at this
recommendation you're
moment, it's
making?
strictly informational.
Okay.
I've told to fix it. So unless you want to rule on whether I should put a grinder pump back in there or a lift pump back in there. The one that's in there now is a 1/2 horsepower lift pump, and the grinder pump would be a 1 horsepower, which may require some electrical beefing up.
Is the bathroom working out there?
Now, which way is it that it's a responsibility of the city? The grinder pump is the customer's, our responsibility, and the lift station is the city's. Is that what you're saying?
It would be if it's truly a lift station. You keep referring to a lift pump as a lift station. They are not the same.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a lift pump thing.
Yeah, there might be 10 or less lift stations around East Point for East Point Water and Sewer. There are not that many.
Okay.
And they're traditionally on the longest runs trying to get stuff back. I'm not trying to say that to be oversimplify it, but at the last meeting, I was pretty vocal about what was ours and what wasn't ours.
Yes.
But I think that we misunderstood what we were discussing. So if you can spend a couple of $1,000s and repair it, it's definitely not a lift station.
Okay.
Period. Doesn't matter if it is lifting, if that's what it's doing, it's not a lift station.
Okay.
Might be a lift pump or a grinder pump, but it's not a station.
Well, the figure I quoted from Monica is strictly our cost.
Mhm.
So if you hire someone to do it,
Yeah.
I don't know what the price would be.
Right.
How about you just send me the quote, the official
Yes.
quote as to what it is, Ted, and
Yeah,
then
we
we'll
need
go,
to get a
I'll deal with it from
quote.
there. Cool?
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
Well, what he's saying, the thing, what you saying is you put it all in one and it ship it.
Right.
What he got, he list,
They're smaller.
they smaller.
They're
and
designed to
they-
send it
they
to a lift
going-
station.
They going to that.
You're right.
And while you're there at the lift pump, let me get my terminology correct. Every time someone in the FBO or down the line flushes a toilet, what have you, it bubbles up.
Right. But that definitely needs to get taken care of, for sure.
I thought y'all had fixed that.
That's a health and safety issue.
Yes. I'm sorry, sir.
I mean, didn't we tell them to fix it last, Peter?
Yes, I think you did, sir, and that's why I've contacted the number, I'm on plumber number 5 now. So I hope he will come through. I think he will.
Why it taking so many plumbers?
Sir?
Everybody's busy.
Everybody busy?
Yeah, everybody's busy and, you know, working out to the airport.
And when they take one look at it and see the pond that you're gonna have to clean out to get into, I mean, it
Yeah, it's not
is
the
a
ideal
mess.
job, Commissioners, basically. I guess what Ted might be trying to not say, but I'll tell you, it's not the ideal job for them right now, so, yeah, you know, so, but, I mean, we pay the same way as, you know, so hopefully we can encourage somebody to get out there.
I hope so. I haven't heard back from him, but he was making arrangements to get a pump, a portable pump, like I mentioned, so, and a tanker to haul it all, so.
All right,
That pretty well concludes it, unless you have some questions for me or for Chuck.
I do not. Anyone else have any
All
questions?
you gotta do is call that man over there and tell him to come pump it out, and then put the thing in it.
Sir?
You call that man over there, got the pump truck, and tell him to pump that thing.
I've already told him to come do it.
And then
He just hasn't gotten back to me to tell me that he got the truck. He's trying to get the truck from John Collins.
yeah, Colin got a truck. Charlie,
Yes.
Colin pumped that thing out, then he put the pump in.
Yes. Well, we don't know if the tank is good that the pump is in, because it should be stainless steel, but it's under about a foot of sewer water, to put it mildly.
Commissioner Lockley, it's basically, again, you're dealing with something that's been there for a long time, and so, you know, it takes a little bit longer to fix.
It was originally installed in 2004.
Well, people ain't using the bathroom. I mean, them
Monica was
them
surprised
big-
it lasted this long.
Them big $100,000 plane coming in here and can't use the bathroom when they land.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is Miss Lori on the line?
I think I see her there.
Okay, up next, Miss Lori Schweitzer Mills, the ship administrator.
Yep, there she is. Good morning.
Good
Lori.
morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
I have one action item today for the Hurricane Housing Recovery Funds. At the May 4th meeting, you approved a mobile home replacement bid for 611 Avenue D and 7th Street in Carabel for a total of $85,869.80. Capital Area Community Action agreed to help with the engineered foundation if one was needed. It has been determined that this applicant will need the engineered foundation, which will cost $12,550. Capital Area Community Action is only able to pay to help with $9,400, which leaves $3,150. I am requesting a motion to change the amount of the mobile home replacement for 611 Avenue D and 7th Street in Carabel from $85,869.80 to $89,019.80.
Break that engineering foundation down and tell me what it is.
Okay, I have the invoice,
I mean, I just wanna
the
know.
boring, okay, you ready?
I just wanna know what an
All right, the-
engineering foundation is.
Yep. They had estimated 8,500. But so here's the invoice. The boring test for the FEMA foundation, $950. The FEMA foundation design, $600. The FEMA foundation, $8,500. And the crane to place the home on the foundation, $2,500.
So in
That
other-
equals $12,550.
in other words, they got to be on some pole.
Yes,
That's the basic.
yes.
So move.
Yeah, we knew it was a possibility. It turns out that they do have to have it. So I'm short $3,150 on them.
Okay, Commissioner Lockley made a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Bolt. Any more discussion before we vote?
Yeah, they just gave that fancy name, but they need to be on some pilots.
That's exactly what's going on. That's the way it goes. Everything's changing, Commissioner. That's for sure. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, Ms.
Okay,
Lori?
just for, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Anything else?
I was just going to give you a little update on the 4 homes in the last bid package. One of them has been delivered. This one we're talking about now is on their lot. It's waiting to be delivered as soon as they get the engineered foundation ready. And the one in East Point will be delivered around the 28th of August. And then the 4th one, which was the exposure D that had to be ordered, will be delivered sometime in January.
Okay.
So when they're in a flood zone,
Okay.
they got to put them on pilots, right?
The exposure D one does not have to have an engineered foundation. Only this one in Carabel.
All right, they got
It had to be the exposure D.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Lori while she's here? Or concerns?
How many more how many more we got to do on that program?
I think I am doing one more mobile home, and it's going to be in the city, no flood zone or exposure D. And then the rest of the hurricane housing funds will be for repairs. I have one house and possibly 2 mobile homes. We'll just have to see how the money works out.
Did
And then that'll be finished.
did you ask for any more monies?
There is no more to my knowledge. I did actually ask the first time, and we did end up getting more, but as far as I know, there is no more.
Okay, they shifted over to that Florida thing, I guess.
And we did receive our $350,000 allocation of SHIP funds for this year. We received them early. I thought it would be October. Excuse me. So I ran the ad in last week's paper. We have to advertise for 30 days. So we will be accepting applications from September 1st through the 30th for the repair program. And then the down payment assistance, we can also accept applications September 1st, but those will be ongoing until we use the funds.
But you know, my thing is this, it's still a lot of people that needed help, didn't get help. I mean, and I don't see why they cut it off. Even though it's been a couple of years, 2 or 3 years.
Right.
But it's still a lot of them out there that need they're gonna miss out.
Yes, there is a big need.
Thank you, Ms. Lori.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You as well. All right, so up next, we're at planning and zoning reports.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, background and all.
I like that picture, by the way.
All right. Let's get this up here. So first we have the critical shoreline applications for 1474 Alligator Drive. They are considering to construct a single-family residential dock with a 353 by 4 access walkway and an 8 by 20 terminus and 2 12 by 20 boat lifts. This request was submitted by Docs for Less for Dowdy, and the P&Z board has recommended approval.
Motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Bolt.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next we have Next, we have 26 Mardi Gras Way. They are requesting to modify an existing dock by adding a 24x6 access walkway, a 6x3 step down, and a 12x24 uncovered boat lift. The property is on Holiday Beach, Unit 1, 26 Mardi Gras Way in Alligator Point. The request was submitted by Garlic Environmental for Deborah Fadul, applicant. State and federal permits have been received, and P&Z has recommended approval for this as well.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Bolt, a second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, thank you. Next, I have 147 Harbor Circle. They are constructing a single-family dock with a 231x4 access walkway, a 26x4.5 terminus with a 26x1.5 step down, and two 16x26 covered boat lifts. This request was also submitted by Garlic Environmental for Stephen Fling, and P&Z Board has recommended approval contingent upon state and federal permits.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bolt, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Next, we have 333 River Road. They are requesting to tear down and rebuild a single-family dock with a 51x6 access walkway and a 13x38 covered boat lift. This request was also submitted by Garlic Environmental for John Mooney, the applicant, and the applicant will be contingent upon state and federal permits.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lockley to approve,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward.
You know what? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I've been here all these years. That first time I heard them say tear down and put one back.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I never heard it.
Yeah,
They usually leave them there.
they do.
Because
I think this one was damaged by the storm. That's why they're having to tear it down and rebuild it.
Yeah, and Courtney, as a reminder, you could let them know it's tougher to get your permits when you tear it all down to put it back.
Right.
Yes.
If you leave the pilings, it's a lot easier to get it done.
Yes.
Yes, it really is. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right. Next, I have 1927 Indian Harbor Road. They're wanting to construct a 4x237 single-family dock with a 6x26 terminus and a 3-foot step down. This is on St. George Island. State and federal permits have been received, and this request was submitted by Better Built Docks for Jared Orchani. And P&Z Board recommended approval.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lockley,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion before we vote on this approval? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next, we have 1968 Highway 98 West. Consideration to construct a new single-family dock with a 242x4 access walkway and a 15x15 midway access deck, a 10x16 terminus, and two 10x20 boat lifts. This is off of Crooked River Reservation in Carabel Beach. Also submitted by Garlic Environmental, agent for Jennifer Smith, and it will be contingent upon state and federal permits.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay. Next we have, I'm trying to get to the picture, sorry. There we go. Next we have 4530 St. Teresa Landings Road. Nope, I'm sorry, 2392 Highway 98 West. They are requested to add fill to construct a driveway over a portion of a jurisdictional wetland on the front of their property. This is off of Highway 98. It's 1.7 acres in Carabel, Florida. This request was also submitted by Garlic Environment Associates, and this would for Rick Soria, and this will be contingent upon FDP permit.
So move.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ward
Second.
for approval, second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion?
What you say they building?
What are they building, Courtney?
It's just a driveway. It's a jurisdictional wetland, so they have to get a permit from DEP. DEP has taken over jurisdictional wetlands, so it's not anything for the county because we don't handle jurisdictional wetlands, but they have to get a permit in order to put in the fill and to construct the driveway to their property.
Thank you, Courtney. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right. Next, we have 4530 St. Teresa Landings Road. This is consideration to modify an existing community dock by adding a 12.6 by 12.6 boat lift. There's not really an actual address for the dock yet. We'll probably have to assign a 911 address if they're going to have any type of power to it for lighting. But this is off in St. Teresa. The request was submitted by Hydra Engineering and Construction, agent for Matthew Fox, who's doing it for the community. And it'll be contingent upon state and federal permits or an exemption. And the board has recommended approval.
So move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Bolt,
Second.
second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion from the commission? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. It passes.
All right, next up we have commercial site plan applications.
Mr. Chairman,
Hold on.
may I have a point of clarification here? I
Yes.
live here at this property at St. James Bay, so I'm going to have to recuse myself of this vote.
Okay.
I would like to recognize, though, Mr. John Green is here in the audience, and he is one of the principal investors and developer and visionary there at St. James Golf Resort. And he's there for any questions, and at that point, I'm going to slide back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to clarify for the record, Commissioner, you're putting on the record that you have a voting conflict and you'll be filing a Form 8B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead,
We
Courtney.
also have Jim Waddell on the line too, if you guys have any more other questions too.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is a consideration of request for site plan review for an additional 12 villa units at the clubhouse area of St. James Bay Golf Course. Property is described as 160 Laughing Gull Lane in Carabel. Request was submitted by Jim Waddell, agent for St. James PUD, and this will also be contingent upon state and federal permits. The board has recommended approval, contingent upon those state and federal permits.
Okay, Commissioner Lockley, did you make a motion already?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously.
That's the one you were talking about, Commissioner? That's the one you were talking about you couldn't vote on, right?
Yes. Yes, it was a 4-0 vote, yes. Go ahead, Courtney.
Okay. Next, we have 116 Otter Slide Road. They are requesting for commercial site plan review of a 37 by 12 storage building on a 9.9 acre parcel. This is just a 9.9 acre parcel, but it's on a 34.36 acre tract in East Point. And the request was submitted by LMB Properties Partnership, and the board has recommended approval.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by
Second.
Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley and Commissioner Ward. Any discussion from the board before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Go Go ahead, Courtney.
All right. Last but not least, we have one application for rezoning and land use change for Secured Storage LLC. They are requesting a public hearing to rezone a 5.9 acre parcel in East Point, Florida, from C2 commercial business to R7 multifamily high density. And this request was submitted by Garlic Environmental Associates, who is the agent for Secured Storage LLC. And the board has recommended approval for public hearing.
Okay.
But they want a public hearing?
Yes, sir.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Lockley.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Ward for approval to schedule this public hearing for this possible land use change. Any discussion from the board before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, Courtney.
You're welcome.
Stand by for 1 second, Courtney. There's one item in my report I want to bring up, page 12, item D. And I'm going to have to adjust as we speak here because Attorney Schuler is the man, and he did something that kind of reduces what I have to read here today. So let's start off with what I do need to address the board with. So Commissioner Bolt discussed at the July 20th meeting what he wanted to address is the use of a special master magistrate to hear planning and zoning applications and Board of Adjustment variance requests due to attendance issues with the community member boards that we have in place. If the board agrees to pursue this idea, Ms. Courtney Baxton would reach out to other counties and cities that use the master magistrates and report back to this board. Continue, then we'll get to the motion afterwards. As an option, until the board decides on the use of the master magistrate, would the board consider merging the current P&Z and Board of Adjustment members to serve as both your P&Z and BOA to hear their application and requests? By combining the active members on both boards, we could have a 7-member board with 2 alternates. A 7-member board would be made up of 5 district seats and 2 at-large seats. On the second Tuesday of every month, they would meet to hear the Board of Adjustments variances first at 6:30, and after that, they'll continue directly with the Planning and Zoning Commission applications, similar to the ones you reviewed this morning. And I stopped there because Attorney Schuler has yesterday explained to me, created the emergency ordinance where we'll put this in place. I thought we needed a second motion to deal with the August request, but we do not. Again, he's the man. So, my first motion is basically board action to authorize staff to research other counties and cities that use special magistrate for planning and zoning and or Board of Adjustment requests and present this information to the board at an upcoming meeting. I can pause there so you can make a motion to that, Mr. Chairman.
So move on that motion.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Bolt.
I'll second with comment.
We have a second by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Locke, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to know what you just this information of
Yes.
purpose we doing?
Strictly research and information to bring back to this board, and you guys could then discuss it and make a decision as to if and how you want to move forward with that.
I want information on both of them, really, because I never do. Is there ever been a planning and zoning and the other board together, Board of Adjustment? Had there ever, just one to the nothing? Has that ever been?
Well, Commissioner Lockley, to my knowledge, since the present zoning code was adopted in the late 80s, you have always had 2 separate and distinct advisory boards, the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Adjustment Board. The factual foundation that I will ask Mr. Morone to address later, once you address this motion, will determine whether or not there's a factual basis for this board to declare a state of emergency and merge the 2 boards together, or does the board want to not do that? But we're not at a point where we can really discuss the merger. I think Mr. Morone is trying to compartmentalize first the research and information component to address Commissioner Bolt's desire for information about a possible magistrate system, and then address the issue of potentially merging the 2 volunteer boards together.
Okay. Commissioner Ward, you had a comment?
I just, as Commissioner Lockley was stating, this is just informational only. I certainly am up to and want to entertain any kind of education that we could, arm ourselves with for future. I do think that we do need the public's involvement as well. I don't know if the special magistrate will take that away, and I don't want that. But again, this is just informational. I don't have an issue with trying to get information to kind of utilize information that other people have had in the past to try to become more fluid and I know with the delay and some of the decisions that are made because they aren't meeting quorums, it's delaying our public that are asking for these variances and requests. It's delaying their timeline to get things done, and I know that's frustrating for our residents and our constituents. So I just wanted for the public to know this is for informational only, that we're seeking this out and move forward depending upon that, I guess.
Can I have a comment?
Yes, sir.
As we do the research, I'd like to charge Courtney to look at the public input that has been afforded in a magistrate system. What does it look like? How is the public notified? What feedback does the magistrate receive? And how is he using that in his outcome reports? I do believe that public input is almighty, but I also believe it's very important that we facilitate this planning and zoning process and get it moving in a growing county like ours.
Okay. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Good. Thank you very much.
Okay, the
Mr.
second,
Morone?
I'm sorry, sir. The second motion is to merge the current members of both the Planning and Zoning and the Board of Adjustment boards to one board. The 7-member board will serve as the Planning and Zoning Commission and hear applications, and also the Board of Adjustment to hear variance requests. And that's it, because I don't think, based on what Attorney Schuler is presenting today, we need the public hearings. Now, let me explain what's going on. So, basically, I could tell you right now, if we do not merge these boards today, you will not have a Board of Adjustment meeting in August. So those people that have been waiting for months will be moved again from August meeting to September. We just don't have enough people. Right now, we have 3 people basically showing up for each board. So a couple of things are happening. If one of the 3 doesn't show up, that's not a quorum. Also, even if the 3 do show up and the other 2 besides the chairman does not agree, you can't even get a motion, because one might make a motion, the other one says, I don't agree, and it sits there, and it stalls. And it stalls, and it stalls. Attorney Schuler could probably tell you about an incident that happened recently like that where it was stalled. Same thing with P&Z. You have 3 members that faithfully show up. Starting August, we might get a 4th, but it comes down to the same thing. First meeting the quorum, and when you meet a quorum, if you have a minimum, you might get a motion, but you can't get a second. So we can't continue like this, commissioners. So this is, and we ran the ad. We ran it for 30 days. We even paid to have it on the radio. It's on the website. No responses. I'm sorry, volunteering is not the same like it was. And I hate to use the term back in the day, but that's the best I can do for right now. So without taking this immediate action, commissioners, I'll tell you right now, I could tell you you're not having a Board of Adjustment in August, and I'm not sure about your Planning and Zoning meeting either.
Well, I'll say this. For an emergency, I am definitely good with merging these 2, and here's why. We want the public to have input, but if meetings are being scheduled and then postponed, and waited for another month and postponed, and how many times are the public supposed to come wanting to be a part of a meeting when it's, being delayed? So in some instances, we're not trying to, but those kind of things are cutting off public access. Because after maybe if it goes through 2 months and there's not a quorum, the 3rd month, I don't know if I'm gonna go or not, because they may or may not meet. It's taxing everybody, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Even your current board members, Mr. Chairman.
From the board members to the public, to everybody who wants to have a part of it. So if we can find a way to merge the 2 to make sure that good, bad, or indifferent, that board's going to be as solid about meeting as this board is, then I think the public is better served. And those are my thoughts on it.
Well, I do want to mention as well that we do have with combining them, we'll have 6 dependable members that will be able to meet, so we'll always have a quorum.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very creative and modern way of looking at the crisis we have right now. I like it.
Mr. Chairman, I did reach out to my representatives. I heard back from one. I have yet to hear back from the other, but the one I did speak to said he was for it. He didn't mind merging the two together.
Thank you, Commissioner, because between Courtney and myself, we've reached out to all the current members, and everyone's for it. They all think it's a good idea.
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the emergence ordinance of merging the county's planning and zoning and the Board of Adjustment members as a 5-member, 2 alternate boards to hear August planning and zoning and Board of Adjustment applications.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
Commissioner Ward, just for the record and to comply with the statutory formalities required for the adoption of an emergency ordinance, would you agree that your motion is that Franklin County, you're making a motion for Franklin County to declare that an emergency exists and that the immediate enactment of this ordinance is necessary and waives the usual notice requirements of section 125.66 subsection 2 Florida statutes? Is that your motion?
Yes, that's my motion.
And I would like to clarify too, before we go to the second, and it might just, I might have misheard you, but we're moving to have a 7-member board,
Yes.
not a 5-member board.
7
correct?
members with 2 alternates. That's 9 members to choose from for a quorum requirement of 4.
Right, because I could have misheard, but I thought I heard Commissioner Ward say a 5-member board. So that's why I was asking.
5-member, 5-member with 2 alternates, should have included that.
And if we get a second, I'll go through some of the substantive matters in the ordinance.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Bolt. Go ahead, sir.
All right. This ordinance, if adopted on an emergency basis, would create the Planning and Zoning Adjustment Board as a 7-member board with 2 alternates, and they shall exercise all the powers and duties of sections 305 and 315 of the Franklin County Zoning Code. Section 305 is your P&Z section, and section 315 is your Board of Adjustment. The other than, except for the merger of the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Adjustment into the Planning and Zoning Adjustment Board, it is this board's specific intent that the ordinance shall not repeal any other part of section 305 establishing the Planning and Zoning Board or section 315 establishing the Board of Adjustment. And the reason I wrote it that way is this is more of a procedural restructuring. It's not a substantive adoption of new regulations.
Right.
I've also provided, because Mr. Morone and Courtney, through Mr. Morone, have told me that, and as the chairman mentioned, there's a lot of problems getting people these volunteers to attend the meetings. So I have written this such that if the alternates appear at a meeting and you already have a quorum of regular members, then those alternates will be allowed to participate in the consideration and vote on whatever development application or variance application, special exception application they receive, so we can encourage attendance. It's always been communicated to me in the past by Mr. Pierce that when they would have like planning and zoning and you have alternates, and that the alternate is prepared and they have to sit out in the audience and then they don't participate, it kind of discourages their participation. So I have written the ordinance such that alternates will be able to participate even if there's a quorum of regular members present. And then the rest of the ordinance is more boilerplate, dealing with issues dealing with severability, repealer, and an effective date. Does the board have any questions for me concerning its consideration of this emergency ordinance?
I do.
Yes, sir.
By this being an emergency, I guess my question would be, this temporary or this from now on? Or?
This ordinance will be in effect unless and until the board changes it at some point in the future. As you'll notice on my upcoming report, I will be dealing with an emergency ordinance that was adopted decades ago to deal with the boat launch over on Patton Drive. Once it's adopted on an emergency basis or in the ordinary course, which, ordinary course being you advertise in the paper for 10 days before the public hearing, those ordinances remain in force and effect until this board changes them.
Okay.
And Commissioner Lockley, that's why my report is written up as long as it is with the extra motion. I didn't realize that we could do it in this manner, so that's what I was trying to say in the beginning.
No problem.
Any more questions before we vote? Thank you for your explanation, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous, Jessica.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, Fiscal Manager Grants Coordinator, Ms. Erin Griffin, with her report.
Okay, see, I have item number 1. On July 20th, the board opened the bids for the resurfacing of Timber Island Road. Of the 3 bids received, Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC was the lowest responsive bidder. However, their bid of $761,977.65 was still greater than the available construction budget for the grant by $74,855.56. Franklin County sent a request for increased funding, and FDOT has prepared a supplemental agreement to provide the additional construction funds. The new total award for the Timber Island Road SCOP grant will be $894,596. Board action to approve the attached resolution and supplemental agreement and authorization for the chairman to sign.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion?
I drove down that road the other day, and it sure does need it. This is a good time to do it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, item number 2, on June 15th, the board authorized staff to proceed with negotiations with the highest-ranked firm, Southeastern Consulting Engineering, for the construction, engineering, and inspection services for the Timber Island Road project. Southeastern will provide the services referenced in the attached agreement for a total lump sum fee of $67,039. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the agreement with Southeastern Consulting Engineering.
So moved.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any commission discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, item 3, as mentioned above, Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC was the lowest responsive bidder for the Timber Island Road project. Grant funding is now in place to fund the construction contract in the amount of $761,977.65. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached notice of award for Pygott construction.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Bolt, did you second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, item 4, the Florida Department of Transportation has approved a change order for the CR 67 paving project for contractor C.W. Roberts to repair an area around a manhole at the intersection of Highway 98 and County Road 67. The change order will be for an additional $14,018.21, which will increase the total grant-funded contract price to $2,827,990.14. The county received the official change order form this morning, so previously I'd reported we had not received it yet, but we'd like to seek approval from the board to go ahead and sign the form and approve the change order in the amount of $14,018.21.
So move.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Bolt,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, Aaron.
Okay, item number 5 is actually a duplication of number 3. And then number 6 is board information. Upon conclusion of the budget workshop this past week, the proposed 2021 county millage rate that will go out in the Truth and Millage trim notice will be 5.4707 mils. Trim notices are mailed to property owners in mid to late August of each year. The trim notice is not a bill, but rather an estimate of your taxes paid based on the proposed tax rates by taxing authority, your property value, and exemptions. The notice outlines your property's market, assessed, and taxable values and any exemptions you may have. The first public hearing is set for Tuesday, September 7th, 5:15 at the Franklin County Courthouse Annex.
And Aaron, I'm sorry, Ms. Griffith, we always have 2 public hearings before we adopt a budget, correct?
That's correct. Yep, that's the first one. And the
Right.
second one will be, I believe, September 17th, which would be your next meeting. Or the 21st,
21st,
September
yeah.
21st.
And
Next Tuesday, right?
Yep.
It would be the
first
next
one.
meeting in September.
The first one is next Tuesday. Right?
No, the first one will be your first meeting in September at 5:15.
Oh, September.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next meeting is the 17th, so August, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Anyone have any concerns or questions for Ms. Griffin?
Did we hold that millage rate about the same as when we began the
We
budget
did.
hearing?
Yep.
I thought so.
Yes. And it can always go down, it just now cannot go up.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Aaron.
We hold ours, but the people, you know, this happens every year. The city, the county, we doing our part trying to keep the budget down, and we did. But the people still gonna fuss because they get the letter from the county. They ain't gonna look at it and say school board and the cities. All they do is look at that letter. They come, them kind of commissioners. That's how they do. But they need to get on the school board and the cities, cause they amount be on there. We just send out everything and we get blamed for the whole thing.
Yeah.
We done our job. We done the best we could with what we had, and we kept it down.
I mean, Commissioner Lockley's correct now. We can only control one line in that trim notice. That's the county's budget and our millage rate. I mean, you got school board, Northwest Florida Management District. If you live in a city, you got one from the city. Do you have one, too, from a water district? If
Yes,
you live on,
you do.
there are a bunch of other lines that we have zero control over.
That's
Commissioner
right.
Lockley's correct.
don't
And,
have
but
no
we get the
control.
blame.
You know, this may be a lot of fanfare, but I think you're exactly right. Look at how hard we worked last week and did
Yeah.
this and confirmed it this morning. Is it appropriate to have an explanation letter put into with that trim notice to say, this is only what we did? Is that appropriate? No, not at all. I've never seen it, but I just wanted that thought.
No, we just have to, they always told me that what you're a commissioner for, you get the beating. I'm tired of getting beaten for nothing.
Gonna say, was that in the fine print, sir, when you ran?
There you go. There you go, Mr. Moronis. You're up, sir.
Okay, so we're on
Proceed.
page 11, the bottom, item A. And Ted, I'm glad you're here. I should have brought this up while you were up at the podium. Yeah, Erin is working on grants, y'all. That's why she keeps running in another room. She has a bunch of deadlines due within the next
Yes.
couple of days. All right, at the June 20th meeting, the board approved a $5,903 ring power quote to repair the airfield vault emergency generator. Mr. Mostello forwarded me a separate $3,940 quote from Ring Power for the rebuilding of the injection pump for the same generator that was not part of the original quote. The manufacturer does not have a replacement pump. Therefore, if repairs are necessary, it would have to be rebuilt. Correct, sir?
Correct.
And you're gonna keep us informed as
I am.
we progress whether or not they need to rebuild it and how much it's gonna cost exactly.
Yes. I will say this, in my initial maintenance that I did some weeks ago that you authorized, cleaning the tank and getting fresh diesel fuel and changing the filters has obviously maybe solved the problem. I have started it probably a dozen times in the last couple weeks without having to reprime the injector pump.
Yes.
So-
And Ted had a great idea. Basically, commissioners, once we get that working and then we get the new one, which we can hear from John Collins 2 weeks from today about when we think we'll get that. Ted is take this one that's fixed, actually put it on a trailer, commissioners. So it could be used here or there, wherever it's needed, you know, as a backup generator. So
Okay, so-
that, I thought it was a really good idea. We'll work on that when we get ready to cross that bridge.
So I know we're not doing this yet, but I do have a question. If it comes down to rebuilding that injector pump,
Yes, sir.
what's the turnaround time?
Good question. I don't know. I didn't
Because-
get that.
When they're rebuilding that injector pump, we're not gonna have a generator.
That's correct.
Well, I can tell you, for my involvement in the parts industry and having something pulled, repaired, and returning the same part to you, it is not always quick.
Well, I'm very hopeful that we're not going to have to cross that bridge.
maybe not. I know we're not voting on that today, but I just thought I'd bring it up.
So should we wait until if it comes where it has to be rebuilt, should we wait on what John says next week as to when we can get the new one? Is that what you're kind of
I really think we will because, okay, so let me just run quickly through a scenario. Doing what I do every day. I've had people need to have brake calipers rebuilt for a classic car they have. We can take those calipers, send them to the manufacturer, they'll send them back. It's supposed to be a 2-week turnaround. I've had it take as long as 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Because after they got it, then they didn't have a part that they needed to repair it with. So we really need to know what we're doing before we take that step.
Yes.
That's my,
I will tell the mechanic then to hold off on the injector pump until he does the other repairs.
Right.
And then we will pick a time if it is required.
Okay,
Right.
cool.
Okay.
Okay.
So, go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So, I'm sorry, so I just need board action to approve up to this amount is what I'm really asking for.
3940.
Yes, to repair the generator if it's necessary. And I see Commissioner Parrish looking at me with that puzzle.
Yeah, because there's other places besides Ring Power, and that's very expensive to rebuild an injector pump.
It is.
As we do it every day at my business.
There you go.
Okay,
That's $4,000 to rebuild a pump. It's very expensive. You got Shiver Diesel that does it. You got other people besides Ring Power that can rebuild this injector pump. Should it become necessary, but listening to Mr. Mostello's statements, he started 12 times, no problem, since he's cleaned the tank, replaced filters. This might be a moot point.
okay.
I mean,
So that's,
you know, approving money for something that obviously seems like now that we're not gonna have to spend.
okay. So,
Mike, in an emergency situation, you can do that and we can ratify it later.
Yes.
Right.
As far as this board having to actually write a blank check, but for something we may not even need,
okay.
you understand what I'm
Yes,
saying?
and in addition to that, you're basically saying, don't take Ring Power's quote, let Ted shop around. If it needs to be rebuilt, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that too.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Okay,
we should have
got it, Ted?
A lot of money to rebuild an injector pump.
Okay,
Shiver Diesel is right up there in Quincy, or right outside of Quincy.
Yep.
And that's what they do. They do all of our shrimp boats and generators and big motors, the whole 9 yards. And it ain't no $4,000.
well, can I change the motion to table until necessary?
I mean, if you have to approve it in an emergency situation, Mike,
Okay.
like I'm saying, you can do that.
Okay.
Without the
Yeah,
board having to
procedurally,
write
you
a
wouldn't
blank
table
check.
it.
Yeah, because nobody's made a motion. have they?
Yeah,
Take no action.
take no action. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Ted, so we're gonna move on. You
If I
say-
may
put it
interject
at-
another situation we spoke of earlier concerning our engineer, I did give him a call. He's sitting in his car waiting on the rain to stop at the airport. But he tells me that he is a civil engineer and we need an architectural engineer or a contractor to give us that advice on
Okay.
that roof.
I could check with Southeastern.
Yep.
Same people doing the work in the courthouse.
Yep.
Basically is what I'll do. Okay, thanks, Ted. Good.
Thank you.
All right.
He did say he would take a look at it with me after a while, though.
Okay, just be careful for the lightning. All right.
Yes, thank you.
Well, Mike, in that case, why not use Dewberry? I mean, they're our contract engineer. We don't want to have to worry about trying to, you know, get into a bidding situation potentially if the roof repair exceeds a certain threshold. You need engineering services, and those services. I mean, let's talk after the meeting.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, because Dewberry's the one that sent me to Southeastern when it came to the courthouse. They prefer we did, but we'll talk to Clay, and then you and I will talk. All right, Commissioners, item B, at your last meeting, your Emergency Management Director, Ms. Brownell, asked the board to allow her the use of the warehouse located at the vacant Bay City Work Camp to store equipment and supplies. I verified with Mr. John Collins, AFCON, that the warehouse and the entire work camp is allegedly, I'll repeat the attorney's term, allegedly on county airport-owned property. Therefore, a lease for fair market value would be necessary if the county intends on using the warehouse for storage. I suggested to Mr. Collins that he contact both FDOT and FAA and ask their opinion on hiring an appraiser to seek an appraised square footage price on improved, airport, and non-airport related uses of the county airport-owned property. I'm referring to any property we could use that we could create a lease, that we have leases for, or we could in the future do that. Mr. Collins has contacted both agencies and is awaiting a response. If he receives a favorable response, would the board like some quotes for this service? So basically, do you guys like this idea or not?
I just have a quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And educate me, because I'm not educated in this type of situation. Why would we need to get, it's county-owned property, right? Okay, so why would we need to pay somebody to get a contract or enter into any kind of lease agreement for property that we own?
Mr. Schuler?
Well, I will say this, I think we kind of opened the door when we started talking about relocating our EOC. And there was communication from FAA saying, hey, wait, this is airport property. And yes, county, you can lease it, but you should be paying fair market value to the airport. Because yes, it's all county property, but it's airport property. It's
referred to
designated as that.
As county airport-owned
Yes.
property is what
Yes.
they say. So,
Which is why the state had to pay us, fair market value when the prison was there, right?
Yes.
Yes.
No, they didn't pay nothing.
I was gonna say, no, but I'm not.
They didn't
yeah,
pay nothing. But all of
That
a
didn't
sudden-
happen.
I mean, it's
Oh, no.
kinda like the Army, they didn't need a sprinkler system either, as long as the government had it.
No,
Yeah.
But as soon as they give it to us, oh, now you gotta have a big sprinkler system in there. And the
There you
Army
go.
had, hundreds of soldiers in there, but they didn't need a sprinkler system.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden they do.
Yep.
Kinda frustrating.
Commissioner Ward, to specifically answer your question, only in the FAA and the federal government does it make sense to pay yourself to lease your own property, but that is what your airport engineer has advised is the correct course of action. The other course of action would be to contest it officially, and then basically I think the squeeze ain't worth the juice to have that kind of a contest. I do have a personal opinion that I'll keep to myself about this whole process, but nonetheless, our airport engineer has advised that. I don't know that we necessarily need to hire somebody to tell us what the square footage is for this type of work. I mean, there are other commercial properties in Apalachicola that we could use as a baseline reference, and I don't mind trying to assist in gathering that information and saving the cost of hiring someone. I mean, you certainly could hire someone to do that work for you, but just chatting with some of the local business owners that have commercial warehouse space and also just commercial retail space, we can come up with what should be a reasonable amount per square foot.
Well, look. Oh,
For the rental.
well, dog, they ain't, why we ain't had to go through this when we told the sheriff he can use the other part? Is that not part of the property?
Or which location?
The debate, when we agreed with the sheriff he was gonna use it for his, was it the drug rehab?
Yeah.
Medical
I mean, we
thing?
ain't had to go through that then.
We did not consult with our airport engineering firm about that. I suspect if we had, we would have gotten the same response back from Avcon, so.
Okay, well, I say this, Commissioners, I wrote this item prior to knowing that John will be here at 2 weeks from today. So if you want to defer discussion until he's here, where he can give you, he'll be right here, you can ask him all the questions and he'll give you a better explanation, hopefully to you too, Commissioner Ward. I'm good with that. And hopefully you'll hear from FAA and FDOT by then.
Well, I'm good with getting another airport engineering firm. Yeah, they want that crazy.
I think it'd be valid to have that discussion, maybe to have some answers by then.
Okay. Okay, so the board mayor can move on.
Yep.
Item C, same page. Also at your last meeting, Commissioner Bolt discussed the need for the county to determine if certain beachfront properties in Alligator Point is public or private property. Attorney Schuler stated he has a conflict on this issue, therefore the board will have to appoint outside counsel to address this matter. How would the board like to proceed?
I've been impressed with David Theriak and his background and his writing skills, and he's familiar with our county. I would recommend that he be brought in to consider this issue.
That's a $100 lawyer.
I got a question.
Yeah.
What's sparking this debate? What exactly are we being asked to do? Let me clarify. Are people that have private property there trying to get the county to foot the bill so they can say that their property is private and the public therefore doesn't have access to it?
I don't think
What
that's the
are we
spirit of
trying
it.
to get at?
I think we're trying to come to a once and for all official conclusion, what's private and what's public relative to beach accesses. Here's another example. One of my constituents called me the other day relative to some beach access from the bayside where they live, and they're just interested in observing the fact the beach access is completely overgrown and they'd like to mow a pathway to get to the beach. What are the county standards in order to permit this?
Here's my question, Commissioner Moe. Mowing a pathway doesn't involve the county hiring a lawyer. I'm trying to determine what we're actually being asked to do, what we're trying to address. What's the issue? Is it the fact that the public has right to below the mean high tide line to access the beach? Doesn't matter where it's at in the state of Florida. I mean, I just don't know what we're being asked to do.
Well, I know this issue is just so often brought up over the years I've been in this office that, frankly, in this discussion, some official outcome from the board on how we determine public versus private property relative to beach accesses, whether we have an attorney or whether the board says once and for all, here is a definition, end of subject.
But I think all those definitions are already in statute is the point.
I do not have a conflict of interest on that general question, and that question has already been answered by this board 16 or 17 years ago, around 2004, about what is a public beach at Alligator Point.
Yeah.
That I don't have a conflict of interest on. The issue is that there are certain owners of private property that have acquired deeds to property that they're now claiming is a private beach. That is the legal issue that I have a conflict on. I can't give you any advice on. Right. But the generalized issue of, beach accesses and things of that nature, I do not believe I have a conflict on. And frankly, this board has already answered that question back during the Alexis Marketing lawsuit concerning ownership of the public beach on St. George Island. That lawsuit started in 2001 and the appeal concluded probably in 2004 in favor of the county as to what is and is not a public beach. The board then took that rationale and applied it to certain plats of beaches down at Alligator Point. That's already a set issue. I mean, unless the board wants to go back and reassess that, I think you were frankly bound by the court's ruling in the Alexis Marketing case. The issue that I do have the conflict of interest on is that certain property owners have acquired a deed to a portion of beach that they're now claiming is private. I have a conflict of interest on that. I can't give any advice to the board on that. You would need outside counsel to address that issue.
Deed is the operative word now.
So, yeah. But I'm not trying to, I know it's your district, Commissioner Bolt. I'm not trying to be nonchalant about it. But before this board starts taking action and hiring lawyers, I still believe we need to know the exact question we're trying to answer, not, public. Because, I mean, look, if I have something I don't like, I would love for the county to hire a lawyer and me not to have to hire it myself. I don't know the question we're trying to get at that this board's being asked to entertain. That's my only question, because at the end of the day, we have to make sure what we're doing, yes, we're here for the taxpayers, and yes, the residents of Alligator Point are taxpayers, but every taxpayer in the county didn't need to pay for a lawyer if there's really a non-issue. That's what I'm trying to clarify. So, and again, I'm not trying to say we don't need to, but what question are we trying to answer?
So if the homeowner is challenging getting the lawyer is their responsibility, and they prove to us what their argument is.
Well, I think we need to have some kind of baseline.
And that is the homeowner giving us a deed saying that I have property here that I believe is mine. And we have to come up, don't we have to come up with a decision relative to what's county or public and what belongs to the homeowner relative to their deed?
Well, it's already there.
Yeah, most all of it's already recorded. The property appraiser's office are already, because here's the thing, we have this, and I've had some residents in East Point talking to me about their property. They're both on the bayfront. They have an issue between their property line. Both of their deeds are not, one of them's inaccurate, or they're both inaccurate. They can't both own the middle section on the property, but the deeds overlap. But that's not something the county needs to address. That's something those individual property owners need to address, I guess is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
And if it's something that the county needs to change, then we can address it, because I just see an instance where if we start as a county, hire an outside counsel for public versus private beaches, you've just begun to tip the iceberg, let me put it that way.
Mr. Chairman, a lot of that has to do with surveys.
Yes.
Why would an individual have their property surveyed when the county is gonna step in and do that for them? So you're gonna go in and survey the county's property to establish those lines, and if the individual wants to contest that, then they got to go in and hire their own survey crew and see if they come up with the same thing that we come up with as a county. And then, you know, I guess you take all that to court based on the surveys. But without a survey, you don't know who owns what. We know what we think we own, and they know what they think they own. Well, what it sounds like to me is they want the county to go in and pay for all these surveys. Then the private individual don't have to pay for it. You understand what I'm saying? I brought this up last time this situation came up. The emails that I got show that, and I think I'm right when I referenced the beach access on, trying to think of the name of the road there. But anyways, there was a beach access owned by the county, and the individuals adjoining it said that they own, in other words, they're contesting what the county says they own. But I don't think they've went and got a survey that shows they own. They just saying they own, which puts the onus on the county to go and have a survey done. And then compared to what they say they own, I don't think they've had a survey done. They want us to pay for a survey.
Yeah, but my thing is this. We got a map saying what we got in that office over there. And don't it supposed to be mapped out right there? On that?
There are recorded subdivision plats for the public beach at Alligator Point as well as the public beach on St. George Island. That was the entire purpose of the Alexis marketing litigation that started in 2001.
I know.
Dad started it, I finished it, and the court agreed with the county's interpretation of the plats. In this case, the litigation was only for the plats on St. George Island. The board, around the time that the appeal was concluded, the board looked at the plats at Alligator Point that were just like the plats on the island, and the board said, well, those are public beaches at Alligator Point as well. So that is how that entire historical conclusion occurred regarding the public beaches at Alligator Point. It was based on the county's successful establishment of the public beaches on St. George Island, because the plats at St. George Island, they don't say public beach.
I
Just like the
remember
ones
that.
at Alligator Point. I mean, you have lots that are, you know, not butting on the water. There's a sandy beach area between the lot line and the mean high water line. Those plats that the board determined as public beaches at Alligator Point were effectively on all 4 points, just like the plats on St. George Island that the court declared as public beaches.
So
that was done around 2004-ish. I mean, the record says what it says, but that's my recollection at least. So I don't think that it's necessary for the board to go back and readdress, you know, a fact that was established in court 15, 16 years ago. That's also not the issue at hand. But unfortunately, I have a conflict of interest, and I don't feel like I'm entitled to provide any legal advice to the board on that. And I don't think that I can under the rules of professional responsibility. So I apologize to the board, but I can't really say more than I've already said.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is, all them plats, they in that computer over there in the tax office,
All the plats are recorded in the clerk's office in plat books as official records of Franklin County.
Okay.
That's
So-
true for every plat in the county.
All right, so that make, why are we doing, what I'm trying to say, I was there. The one for the county, they there. If somebody got a different, and they say they own it, well, they bring it to us and prove it.
Okay.
With theirs, right?
I hear what you're saying.
I mean, they got to bring theirs.
I
They
appreciate
showed a
that.
difference.
I needed that discussion in order to just talk with my constituents.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
And-
This is good.
And again, I don't think the spirit of what's being said here today, Commissioner Bolt, I don't think any of us, I know I'm not, we're not unconcerned
No.
about Alligator Point. That's not the issue.
Right now.
The issue is if the county starts hiring legal counsel for issues that could be solved other ways, we're really not being good stewards of these taxpayer dollars that we've been placed over.
Understood.
Because it's all gonna come at a cost.
And if they come bring nails and it show different, we'll have to pay for everything, they lawyer and everything else then.
Okay.
I meant, but nah, it's up to them to prove what they, I was platted, and they, undoubtedly, they don't go along with the plat. So, but according to that back there, when I first came in office, it's been done. So if they think it's wrong, they got to prove it. Let them prove it. So,
Thank you.
I
Appreciate
ain't
it.
trying to be smart.
Thank you,
I'm just-
Commissioner Ball.
I don't
Yes, sir.
know.
So for my notes, I'm just saying, anybody that contests what's already there and recorded, let them do the work and bring it to this board.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
If they prove it right, we just have to pay for their law.
okay.
Okay,
I'm moving on right now. Commissioner, we can move to the next page. Item E, Ryan Drive repairs. The paving contractor has reviewed the Ryan Drive engineered plans provided by the City of Carabel and submitted a revised proposal with a new total of $116,770. This is approximately $27,000 more than the original quote prior to the submittal of the engineered plans that the city sent. City of Carabel is aware of the revised quote and will decide at their August 5th meeting whether to increase their payments to cover half of the project or put the project out to bid. So a lot of the info is in my motion. Board action to accept the revised Roberts quote of $116,770 to repair Ryan Drive and proceed, excuse me, with the project if the City of Carabel agrees to pay half of the project cost. If the City of Carabel Commission preference is to bid out the project, the city will be responsible for the bidding process, the selection process, inspection, and all other project responsibilities and costs except for the county's portion. I recommend that the county stipulates to pay up to $58,385, which is half of the $116,770, or the bid amount, whichever is less.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Michael, on this issue, I think it's up to Commissioner Ward what she wants to do. This is her district paving monies that's gonna be spent on this project.
Well, if the
I
city.
don't know where the board has to come in and vote on this when it's in her district, she's allocated these dollars. It should be up to her what she wants to spend in the city of Carabel, not the Board of County Commissioners. That's the way I see it.
Would like me to, Commissioner Ward?
You say your piece and then I'll say mine.
Yes, the problem is, the deal is that we pay half and the city pays half of the project.
Well, she's paying half
Yes.
out of her district paving funds.
Yes.
So it's not up to the board. It's up to the commissioner what she wants to spend in that district and where she wants to spend it.
Okay, then now I'll let it bounce to Attorney Schuler. He's talked to the city attorney, so.
I think in the ordinary case, that's exactly how paving projects, each commissioner spends their paving dollars, but this is sort of unique, Commissioner Parrish, because we have an interlocal agreement that's been approved by the board that sets forth a process how the final price of construction will be determined. So that's why when Mike and I discussed this, we think it's necessary to come back to the board, because it was an interlocal agreement approved by the board. It's certainly different than the usual case how, like, you got to do repair work on one of the culverts on Bluff Road. I mean, that doesn't come back to the board. I mean, so you're correct in that sense, but this is unique because we're partnering in an interlocal agreement with the city of Carabel to cost share. But, I mean, you're also correct in the sense it's up to her whether she wants to spend her dollars, but it does need to come back to the board, I think, because it's an interlocal agreement. So the board's not taking away her authority to spend her tax dollar or her paving dollars in her district. That was never the intention, and I understand you're being protective of that policy.
Mr. Chairman, to clarify, here's the situation. there's an increase in cost of about $27,000. In the interlocal agreement, it doesn't say anything about price per se. However, the city of Carabel still has to come up with their half. And so city staff has to put forth before their board if they want to, which the split of 27,000 would be 13.5 with the municipality of city of Carabel and Franklin County. It's a safety issue. I think it needs to be done sooner than later. I personally don't want to go out for bids because that's just going to prolong the process. And I wrote out there just this past week, it is getting worse. The cost of materials is going higher. There were two added items in the line item of the original quote that they're having to add to do. Lime rock's gone up thousands of dollars. Asphalt's gone up. All these prices have gone up. And so the city of Carabel was, I guess, in their best interest, and I understand they have to be good stewards of their city residents' tax dollars as well, but they were concerned about the increase in cost. I talked to Jonathan with Roberts and Roberts, and like everything else, prices are going up. We did this under an emergent thing to prevent from having to go out for bids. Unfortunately, again, the city of Carabel they're agreeing to pay half of the cost, so they're potentially, and again, it's going to be presented at their board meeting 2 nights from now on Thursday evening to ascertain of whether or not they want to pay for the additional cost, keep the interlocal agreement intact the way it is, or go out for bids for this project to get a cheaper amount of money, a cheaper company to do this. Which again, for the record, I don't want to do. I want to get it done. It's a safety issue. I get complaints every day of people that live in that area. And just so you know, there is a truck ordinance. I spoke to someone yesterday. There's trucks consistently going up and down the road. I would like to ask the public, the contractors, whoever's utilizing Ryan Drive to please utilize an alternate route. It is a matter of time before that road is going to collapse and somebody's going to get hurt. I don't want it on the responsibility of this board, as I'm sure the city of Carabel doesn't want it on their responsibility on their board either. But that's basically in a nutshell what's going on. Is they're just concerned about the increased cost and perhaps maybe thinking they could get a cheaper amount, which, as I emphasized to city staff, the longer we wait, the worse the road's going to get, the more money it's going to cost. If we go out for bids, how long does that process take? You have to advertise, you have to vote. I mean, it's too long of a process. I want to get this done now, and I'm hoping that the city of Carabel, their commissioners and the mayor will agree with me in that aspect and try to get this done and approve that, and so that we can move forward. According to Jonathan, of course, getting the head walls and some of the materials, once he gets the okay to go ahead between both the county and the city to move forward, he will go ahead and order the supplies needed for the job. And as long as pending everything's not on back order or he can get everything in, supplies are even harder to get now and obtain. But he seems to think that minus weather, minus delays in construction from weather or any other issue, they're hoping to get this done within 6 months. Or six weeks.
I know we don't have a motion. I know we don't have a motion now. I want to ask a question. Kind of the same as Commissioner Parrish, but a little bit opposite. Hasn't this board already voted on, and the city commission for Carabel already voted on, this interlocal agreement to split the cost?
Let me I stand correct. 1 month. It will take 1 month to complete. I just want to correct that for the record.
Mr. Chairman, when I wrote the interlocal, I had a conditional provision in there that there was going to be a subsequent cost estimate. Okay. Because at that time we had an estimate, but we didn't know if it was going to be valid or not, because the city of Carabel was going to, after the estimate was created by Jonathan, the city of Carabel wanted their engineer to come up with bid specs, anticipating that having an engineer create bid specs could result in cost increases. There's a provision in the interlocal that says, and if after the specs come in, and if the bid prices are increased, then the increased prices will come back before both this board and the city of Carabel, because y'all have to know how much money is being spent on the project. And I would also add that, or reinforce what Commissioner Ward said, that when I spoke with Mr. Hartman, the city attorney for Carabel, he indicated that if their city commission also approved the increase, you know, the county and the city splitting this cost increase 50-50, that they would not require a bidding process, that they in fact would continue on with interlocal. And just so the board knows that Mr. Morrell and I have spoken about the bidding process and have communicated to the city that if they want to bid the project, they're going to be responsible for bidding the project. So just want to make sure the board's aware of that. And if y'all have other guidance for us, then tell us. But if they want to bid it, then they should be responsible for bidding it.
I just want a clarification to know if the interlocal agreement had already been signed, basically stating that
Yes,
the
sir.
city and the county were going to split the cost 50-50.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the spirit of what I believe Commissioner Ward's saying, this repair really needs to be done.
Absolutely.
Even if it were triggered today, and they're talking about meeting on August 5th, it's still at least a month away. So, I mean, we didn't make the cost. We certainly didn't make the cost go up. So I'm still kind of lost as why this seems like it's delaying it as well. I'll just be honest.
Mr. Chairman, it is,
Yeah.
and as Attorney Schuler and I have spoken, it is an interlocal agreement. There was no, because I looked back at the interlocal agreement to specifically say if the cost rises by X amount of dollars, we have to go and revisit it. It didn't say that. It just said, I think, I don't know exactly specifically what it says, Attorney Schuler could probably clarify, but there is no dollar amount. Say if this cost goes up, say 15 grand, it has to be revisited. If this cost goes up X amount, it has to be revisited. It doesn't have a cost in there. It just says it could increase or decrease depending upon, you know, how things are moving with the supply costs going up. The issue, I think, is with the city of Carabel being concerned, this increase in cost of almost 27,000, which would be 13.5 each. I don't want to speak on behalf of the city of Carabel or their staff, the commission, or the mayor. I think their concern is they're thinking they can get a cheaper quote by putting it out for bids, which again, I don't want to have to do. I know I'm one commissioner, I'm a county commissioner, and I know that the city of Carabel and the mayor have to utilize their tax dollars, that the money they receive from their road paving funds, you know, they have to be good stewards of their money too, and I think that's what they're trying to do. We're trying to be good stewards with our money from the county perspective, and they're trying to be good stewards of money from the city perspective. Again, I am all for this. I want it to go forward. I don't want to have to go out for bids. I'm hoping at the 5th meeting when they have on Thursday that they do the same, and that everything's okay and we can move forward, contact Roberts & Roberts, and go ahead with this project. So that's the issue, is their cost. They're concerned with the increase in cost.
How long has it been going on?
A long time. I know just specifically, since I've been commissioner, it was one of the first things that I decided to do as a commissioner since November after my election, and you know, this first initial quote was dated March 31st. So here we are, you know, what, 4 or 5 months in, and this has just been an ongoing issue, and it's quite honestly, it's been exhausting because I get phone calls and emails and you know, I'm trying to get it repaired, and it's been an interesting process to say the least. Like I said, I hope it gets done sooner than later.
I do too. The only thing I can tell you, them costs not gonna go down, they're gonna steady go up.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
True. That's
the only thing I can tell you. They not gonna go down because the price, they're gonna put it on the price going up.
And not to mention,
If the price went up, Mr. Chair, if the price went up by what, $27,000? How much of that was for engineering? If you had an engineer come in and give you, and it says that the original estimate was not based on an engineered specs.
Correct.
But then you go and hire an engineer, and and the price goes up $27,000. I wonder how much of that's in engineering.
They said their engineering firm did it at no cost.
Okay.
That's what we were told.
Okay, see,
yes.
that ain't in here. That's
all-
not in here, so I didn't know that.
Yes, what worries me, and I'm sorry, I would think we discussed that at a previous meeting, sir, but I think what worries me more, God, these cameras, is I'm afraid that we go out for bid, it ended up costing more, and then we're stuck with that because Roberts said, look, we gave you a price, a deal, you know, you guys said no, you went out for bid, it ended up costing more. And then they want to put the county, well, Commissioner Ward's paving, as you said, sir, on the hook for this additional money. I'm like, come on, y'all.
That ain't happening. The interlocal says 50-50.
Yeah, but then
Correct.
our 50% would be higher, because if they go out for bid and all the bids are higher than what's being proposed here, then we're stuck with that additional cost, Commissioner, for that higher 50.
Right.
But you
Mr.
got
Chair,
an interlocal at the government.
and Commissioner Ward is correct. I did not draft in any threshold number that said if the increase is below this threshold, everybody automatically agrees, or if it's above that threshold, you come back and revisit it. It was just written so that if the cost went up, this board would at least have an opportunity to look at it. I mean, for example, for all I know, it could have doubled. And I didn't want the board to be stuck and obligated on an interlocal if you had like a doubling of the price. I want the board to at least have an option of, you know, of parachuting out of that interlocal if need be. But
So what does interlocal say actually when it comes to that?
that with the price increase, the parties, I don't remember the exact, because I haven't looked at it in months, but generally.
So if it goes up substantially, we do have the ability to.
Yeah, I mean,
I
if
think I have it
you
right
have the
here,
ability
actually.
right now to get out of the interlocal and say, we disagree, just like Carabel does, to disagree with the price increase and extricate yourself out and terminate the interlocal agreement, and then the repairs don't get done.
The reason I asked my question, Attorney Schuler, is I thought what this board agreed to and what was asked of this board, and I could be wrong, was an interlocal agreement. You're splitting the cost.
Yes.
Let's get the project done.
I hear you.
Yes.
Because I can tell you right now, it doesn't matter what dollar figure you're talking about, 50% is cheaper than 100% all day long.
I agree.
Well, Mr. Chairman, my concern too, as Commissioner Lockley was saying, in terms of Ryan Drive, this has been an issue for a long, long time in terms of it needing repair. They've just kept patching. In addition to that, you know, as Mr. Morone was saying, we already have Roberts mobilized in the county right now. Say they leave and they get done, and the city of Carabel decides to go out for bids, and they get a cheaper bid, and it's Roberts. Guess what? We got to pay mobilization costs for them to come back to the county, which is going to increase that cost even that much more. Now I do have the interlocal pulled up here, and we did include in the interlocal the original quote of 90,000. So that's in there, and then towards the end it does say that, and just bear with me here while I go down. These plans will be prepared and provided at no cost to the parties. Blah blah blah. Trying to find where there's cost. Understand this amount is an estimate, and the final cost could be higher or lower based on the actual unit's values used for the repair.
But we went through this same thing with the animal control. Right? Still got to be done. I mean, you don't need to hold in that up. Yeah, do what it got. It got to be done before somebody gets seriously hurt or killed over there in that situation.
So
And we don't want that to happen.
So I guess making the best of where we're at, does this board need to make a vote to go ahead and agree to our side subsequent to Carabel agreeing to do their side? I guess?
Yes, sir.
That's what
Of
I'm
an
asking.
interlocal agreement that both of us have already signed.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm asking.
I just want to make sure that's what we're doing.
And if they decide to go out for bid, you know, let them, it's all on them, including anything over the 50% that we've agreed to pay now.
Okay,
I'll make that motion.
we have a motion by Commissioner Ward to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bolt. Any more discussion? Yeah, I think we've already hit all those buttons. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you all.
All right, Mr. Chairman, hopefully this one is a lot quicker and easier. Previously, the board approved installing a security camera system at Abercrombie Boat Ramp, referred to as Pine Log. If you look at the actual proposal to reduce vandalism to cars and boats. What was not included in the approved proposal was a camera designed specifically to read license plates of cars as they enter and leave the boat ramp. The contractor submitted a $1,367 quote for the tag camera, as it's referred to, which includes parts, labor, and installation. I just need you guys to approve this quote.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
what this basically amounts to is if you got vandalism out there and these cameras take a picture of the car, so you know what car it is, but the only way to identify who owns the car is the tag number.
Yep.
You may have 10 cars in Franklin County that are exactly the same. Without the tag number, you don't know which one of those 10 cars it was. So we got to have a license plate reader out there so that we can look after the damage. So with that, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve this measure.
Second.
Okay. Motion for approval by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Item G, Commissioners, you directed me a while back to inspection for the courthouse structure from Southeastern Consulting Engineers. The board was concerned that the issues that required the city of Apalachicola to close a portion of Leslie and Forbes Street did not affect the structural integrity of the courthouse. Mr. Watson of SCE completed an inspection and found no issues with the courthouse's structure, but did find other issues that are contributing to the constant leaks throughout the building. Mr. Watson submitted a proposal for $19,950 that will cover on-site inspections, repair scope of work, bid document preparations, and construction inspections throughout the project to address the issues that are causing the leaks. Board action to accept the $19,950 proposal from Southeastern Consulting Engineers to repair the cracks and other issues that are causing leaks in the courthouse. This professional services fee will be paid from the courthouse maintenance budget. And let me add, this is a recommendation from Dewberry, our engineer of record, to go to them because they don't do that service, SCE does.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When it says proposal from Southeastern Consulting Engineers to repair the cracks and other issues, they're not repairing anything. They're gonna oversee, prepare bid specs and all
Yes,
that.
sir.
We still have to hire somebody to actually do this.
Yes, they'll do that all, they'll do the bidding.
But I mean, it's gonna cost more money than $19,000, what I'm telling you.
Yes, this is their professional services.
This is not for them to repair the crack.
Yes, I'm
This is
glad
for them
you
to
made that clear.
oversee
That's right. Just
the
like
work being done.
Just
the
like Dewberry would,
inspection
sir.
and all that.
That's right.
It's not for the actual repair, so
Okay.
that's another whole bill coming in
Oh, yeah, courthouse maintenance.
once it goes out to bid.
Yes,
So-
sir.
Are we being asked to vote on paying this amount for them to do
What
basically-
Dewberry does for you,
Yeah,
sir.
To
Yeah, same
take
with-
it out to bid and
Yeah,
get
that's right, right up,
your
do the
proposals
inspections,
and-
put it out for bid, write up the big specs, everything, sir.
Okay,
So moved.
all right. Have a
Second
motion
with
to
a-
approve by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Go ahead, Commissioner Lockley.
Are we gonna get a guarantee on that roof?
Yeah, well, on their repairs, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because there's some, sir, I can show you, there's some on the side of the building that they have to look at, some of the stucco kind of raised, went away, and, anyway, yes, sir. Yes, to answer your question, yes.
Okay. Alrighty.
All right, pleasure of the board.
We voted.
Oh, no,
Hadn't
we hadn't
voted
voted.
yet. We seconded.
We made a motion, we hadn't voted yet, my bad. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Item H, to the bottom of page 13, Commissioners, Mr. Chris Dooling, which y'all are familiar with, of Small County Coalition, is asking the board to consider sending a letter to our federal legislative delegation, and it's based on urgent requests regarding inclusion of key digital divide items in the congressional negotiations on the digital divide elements of the infrastructure legislation. Long title for a letter that we're going to send. I've attached it, I attached the Small County Coalition's request, along with a link to the draft letter for your consideration. I'm asking the board, once we get, if you guys agree to it, we'll do up the letter, have the chairman sign this letter.
Didn't you explain a little more about the key digital divide? What are they talking about?
Broadband, if I could simplify it, sir, basically what they want to do is make sure they put certain elements in this infrastructure
Funding.
legislation that's at the federal level to make sure everybody has funding for broadband.
Well, I thought that was in the bill.
Yeah, but what they're saying, the key items that are missing, that they'll pass it and it still keep us kind of
In the dark?
Well, yeah,
The way they got it written up is it honestly favors the providers more than it does
The
the
local-
That's the
recipients.
same thing the state was
The
doing.
recipients of
yeah.
the,
That's the
you know
same
what I
thing
mean?
the state's doing, right?
So, but the key piece that most of them leave out, Commissioner, is the last mile. So yeah, there might be broadband infrastructure down 98 in East Point, but there's not broadband internet down the road to somebody's house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's,
And-
they're wanting to make sure all that language is included, so when you apply for funding and receive funding
Yes.
from this infrastructure bill, it can actually get to the residents.
And to make sure the providers do go to the houses that don't have it right now, that are just 50 feet away from another house that does. You know, that they do their part, once they get the money, if they get the money.
So
So-
moved.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Item I, page 14, the U.S. Institute Against Human Trafficking has reached out to all Florida County attorneys, including ours, with a request to designate each county as a trafficking-free zone. There are currently 10 zones in Florida that are declared TFZs. If the board is interested, Attorney Schuler and staff could do some additional research and report at the next meeting, and we could do that determination then. A lot of the zones right now is around like Pasco County, Hillsborough, St. Petersburg. I think that's where their headquarters is, so they're trying to expand beyond their headquarters.
Is this just by name? I mean, is there any teeth in drafting an ordinance like that? I mean,
Well, that's why I want, before I do all the research, I want to see if you guys are interested or
I mean, I don't have no problem with it, but I mean, if we're
Does
just
it
gonna
amount
do
to
that
anything?
and just name
Yeah.
it something, but there's nothing,
Yeah, no,
nothing really in it other
If
than
it's
a
just a-
sign on the highway coming in and
Yeah.
a sign on the highway going out,
I
I
hear you.
mean,
so if
is
it's
there
just a
any real
designation
substance
without
to it?
teeth, yeah, I hear you. I don't know yet, but I didn't want to go too far down the rabbit hole unless the board is in favor of this.
Is there grant dollars for law enforcement to pay particular attention to trafficking-free zones, or? I
Find
mean,
out.
What is all included in this?
Okay.
I'm not against it, absolutely not.
And Commissioner Parrish, it could be something where if we're able to get more counties to adopt it, then they are gonna provide. So that'd be good to know. If they are planning on providing funding, but you know what I mean, they have to get kind of everybody on the same page maybe.
So
So,
moved.
okay, so I can go ahead and do I don't really need a motion,
Yeah.
just
Okay.
directive, we can do the research. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
Okay, we'll bring it back to you. And the reason I tag Attorney Schuler, I just want him to be able to reach out, he has that network of other county attorneys, you know, and see what they're doing and how they feel about it. All right, and finally, I have an informational item. We discussed this at the budget workshop on Thursday. The billing department is moving to a new billing permitting software. It's called Citizen Serve. This software will allow the county to be compliant with the new legislative online permitting requirements. It is in use in Wakulla County and Gulf counties, which should make it easier on contractors as they are familiar with the software and further reduce walk-in traffic and phone calls to your billing department. Your billing official will host a training workshop for interested contractors and homeowners when the program is online.
And a key part missing from that narrative is the state of Florida has passed an unfunded mandate that all counties have to be more digital with
Yeah.
their building permit processes.
That's what I meant by the legislative online permitting requirements.
Yes.
Yeah, that your state, Commissioner,
Well, I just wanted to make sure to mention the unfunded part.
yeah,
Anyway.
Commissioner Lockley, your state, once again, the chairman is right, has tell us we have to do all these things and have not given us any money to do it.
That's
So,
all they gonna do, put unmandates on it. Oh, I noticed this morning that y'all done something like that, 'cause that when she was making a report on the P and Z report, I seen that was lit up on the board different.
yes.
It looked different this week than it's been looking.
Yeah, that's a new agenda software. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
can
we-
tell something of it.
Yeah.
I'm not a computer person, but I know something was different.
Hopefully it looks a little better in the eyes. So.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, that ends my report unless you have,
I do have something I want to share with you and the board.
okay?
So I got this series of texts from Senator Loran Osley this morning right before the meeting. checking in with the county about broadband. She's wanting to make sure that we're aware that there are now going to be dollars available. There's more coming, so just listen to the whole thing first. Available through Emergency Connectivity Fund is what it's called, to allow schools, school districts, and libraries to purchase devices and internet service for home use. No match required, and there are even funds to build out networks where they don't exist. Here's the fun part. The deadline is August 13th of 2020. It is 10 days away. So that is something. They are having a webinar today at 2. I've already discussed it with Michael before the meeting. He says he's going to try to attend to see if it's something we can pursue. That's a tight time limit, but I do commend Senator Osley to make sure that she let us know as soon as she knew about it this morning. So
But you don't want many people to access it when they don't give you
10
2
days.
weeks to do it, 10 days.
Okay. I'm also gonna reach out to your library director, have her
That mean we-
online too.
That means we got to get our groove on and go to work.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's one of the. It's hard to do because it feels like you're doing a lot of work for nothing. But that's why I'd mentioned a couple of months ago.
When you're talking about devices, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, but
Mhm.
is that computers, laptops, whatever?
I haven't read it yet, so I don't know. I just know what she texted me.
And
It
do you
could
have
be.
to meet eligibility requirements for that, or is everybody entitled to go get a new computer?
I'll
or-
tell you after 2 o'clock today.
Yeah,
Well, find
because
out,
it did say it was for home use.
find out
So-
since, I guess you can find out since we that close to time limit, if we do so much to get in the door
Yes,
and finish it.
right.
I mean, you know, they ain't gonna make you just say, you got to have a complete version of, I hope it ain't like that. Maybe it do so much and have it presented when that timeline up. Wanna know where that work, if we don't have the completed version.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have some of the versions, but not complete though, you know, that is a short time.
It is a short time limit. But I think going forward, that's why it's hard to do because you're kind of getting it prepared before you even know what questions you're trying to answer.
Yeah.
But we need to get some kind of comprehensive plan for the county for broadband internet and knowing what works where, what we actually have. The issue is, though, if you listen to the providers, everything's good. We all live here. We can all answer that question ourselves.
Yeah.
Everything's not perfect. But, you know, I think.
We got a lot of dead
zone.
zone.
We do.
We got a lot of dead zone, and we need it. You know, especially now that you got all kind of different things going on. Children got to do the work from home. People doing work from home. Children school from home. You get in the dead zone, you can't get none of that.
None of it at all.
The commissioner's school starts on the 10th, next week, Tuesday.
Tuesday, yep.
I believe.
Right.
So,
Yep. All right, anyone else have anything for Mr. Morone?
I do.
right.
Michael, where we at with that armor situation?
the Armory, next week, we open up the bids for the new,
Sprinkler?
no, sir, actually for the new engineer, Mr. Emo, who was the architect, I'm sorry, architect of record, let us know, once we let him know we had money, he let us know he retired. So, we open that next week, along with, I'll be asking you guys for some direction on actually, going out for bid for a painting, some painting bids to get the inside painted while we are waiting for the new architect to install the sprinkler system.
So what kind of time will this thing be?
I can better answer that question, Commissioner, once the architect is on board and he looks at the plans. Mark said it wasn't a mandatory meeting, but only one showed up to the walkthrough of the Armory here last week. The good thing about that, sir, it was one that used to work with Mr. Emo that's now on his own. So we're hoping that he has access to all the records, so it'll be a quick turnover. But if you give me about, I hate to say this to you, but you give me about 3 weeks after he's on board, well, we'll select next week. Give me a week after that, have him look at it, then I could answer that question for you, sir.
Well, the reason is I got constituents, well, one of them wanna have a wedding. And they, the place was closed behind the COVID, now the COVID over. And she trying to still have a wedding, ain't no got nowhere to go. But I guess I'm trying to find out, can we own that place like it was before since the COVID over?
Well, it was closed for two things. First, it was COVID, then it branched into the, not having the sprinkler system. So I'll say this to y'all, in the discussions with the governor's office, not so much the state fire marshal office, is that when we applied for the funding, is that we would have no more functions in there until the fire sprinkler system was installed. And again, like Commissioner Parrish says earlier, you know, we used it, when it was their building, you know, it was fine. Now they've leased it to us. Now there's this demand for, you know, making sure we get the sprinkler system in. We overextended our allowance prior to COVID when we were using what they call a fire watch. We told them we were going to do that for a few months. We kind of let that run longer than it should have, the agreement we made. But the deal always was, well, you haven't given us any money to install it, so that's what I was falling back on. So, I mean, that decision is the board's decision, but I have to be honest and straight up, be aware that, you know, guarantees were made to the state about receiving the money and not opening the armory until that sprinkler system was installed for safety and health reasons.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion. I got people in my district that them people vote for me, and all they don't want to have a wedding. They want to have a wedding, and I don't see why we can't let them have a wedding with the watch on, just like we did before the COVID. Have somebody watching. But I'm make a motion that they let them have their wedding.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Lockley to allow the use of the armory with a fire watch for this potential wedding.
I'll second that.
We have a second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
I do when the commissioners are finished with their discussion.
Okay.
Well, you know, man, she one of our workers, man. Be a big fan. Look out for it.
So
Now, does this open the armory back up?
that's my question, because we
Yeah,
have.
you can't just open, I mean, equal protection under the law is open to all or it's closed to all.
Yes, because we've told a lot of people, I've turned away, I mean, Courtney and myself, we've turned away a whole lot of people for the armory on a regular basis because of this safety and security and health and safety reason.
Well, I don't see where.
And again, but, you know.
I don't see where it need to be closed if somebody else want to have an event. And get going on with the way it's going. You ain't got no time limit to say when the thing will be fixed. I mean, just getting a architect or whatever he is, when he get there, he got to do his thing. It's gonna be way up in the next year before you get anything done. I don't see why opening that thing up on the.
So I would ask this, based on Attorney Schuler's comments. Commissioner Locklear, would you consider amending your motion to just open the armory to events?
Yeah.
Instead of a one-time event?
Yeah, event,
Because
yeah.
you know, I'm like Attorney Schuler, I don't think we should do that.
Yeah,
To say we're gonna do it for one, not do it for another.
Well, open it to events.
Okay.
And my question is, how do we deal with the liability issue? So let's say something does happen and there's a fire in there and people get hurt. What do you want us to do? Do you want us part of the application that they sign a release? Again, we're opening the armory against the state's basic recommendation that it not be open against fire and safety. So, I mean, it's easy to say, well, the state is the state, but I mean, I want to be very honest with everybody. From my point of view, my job is to look out for the safety and security of everybody beyond somebody's event. So you guys tell me, do we not make them fill out a release of some sort? Where do we go? Because it's not as simple as it was before COVID, like what I was saying. We were basically going on the fire watch and extended it because the state did not give us the money to install this system. Now that they have, you know, I, as your representative, your administrator, say, okay, we won't have any more events until we basically, you know, install the system. So what, I mean, you guys give me some direction here. It's your decision. I just want to know how we move forward with this. Because again, it's not about one event. It's about the safety and security for all and other events that might happen in the Armory at the same time. So I'm just looking for some direction.
Same event like we've been having, Mike. Same like we've been having. Somebody have a watch in there, then nobody go in there just set the place on fire.
Do I ask them if the watch is still good, like what Commissioner Lockheed's recommended, that they will say they will give us some relief if the fire watch is still good, or I just ignore it altogether and just don't put anybody?
Michael, maybe we can do a combination of the two, just a thought. So maybe, now, the board has yet to vote, but if the board votes to approve opening the Armory to events, can't we have a conversation with the state and say, look, we'll continue to do the fire watch, but know that we already have, we're about to be opening bids to award a new architect, the other one retired, or the engineer, whatever it is, and know that we're moving forward with getting this fire suppression system in there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Kind of not either or, but we're going in this direction.
I hear you. And if the state says, no, we're not approving the fire watch,
Then
what?
you need to bring that back to us.
Okay, but between now and then, though, what do I do about anybody that wants to turn in, basically we fill out an application and let them pay and hold it, or we wait until I hear from the state?
So, let me ask you this. Shouldn't we be able to have that kind of determination from the state by the next meeting?
Before, I would hope, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
So, there shouldn't be an event between now and the next meeting, I don't think, because it's been closed for forever.
oh yeah, no, I'm worried about accepting applications. Do we accept applications or wait until the next meeting before
If
we
you
accept
do accept applications, make them contingent upon hearing back from the state and ratifying at the next meeting. I mean,
That's what got us in trouble.
Most
Anyway.
of those are done online, aren't they, Mike?
What, the application?
Yeah.
No, they come in here and they fill it out and they pay.
Okay, it ain't done online.
Yeah, it's not done online.
Okay.
Yeah, what we have online is a calendar to use the Armory. That's online so that they know when they're looking to pick a date, they know what's free
But
and
they have
what's
to come to
what's
the
not.
office in order to do it.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
So,
Because that was
do-
another question of mine, is if somebody books it for November, and the guy's here to install a sprinkler system in November, then you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I had a
So
conflict.
we're gonna open it, we ought to open it January 1, and not accept anything after January 1 till we see where we're at with the sprinkler system.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I hear you.
There needs to be a time when you don't accept and you don't make reservations. If you do, then you're gonna end up with the same scenario where people's done planned the wedding and now they can't get the Armory.
Yes.
So, I mean, I don't know what date the board wants to use as a stopping measure. I don't know when this wedding is that we're talking about it's gonna actually happen, if that's after the first of the year or before the first of the, I mean, I don't know.
So what if I say, okay, well, you guys direct me today to contact the state and say, okay, this is what the board wants to do. How do y'all feel about it? And I bring that back to you, and then you make the decision 2 weeks from today.
We're gonna keep it, I believe it'll work if we do it to January. 3
Okay.
months.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just listening. Start 2022. I think that's the
No,
viable option.
No, okay, no, I think you're misunderstanding. My question is, if I call the state this afternoon and they said, absolutely not, you know, we're not accepting a fire watch, you know, that's not gonna happen. My question to you is, between now and the next meeting when I could report back to you, what do we do about accepting applications to use the Armory? Do I put it on hold and say, give us 2 weeks, then we'll let you know? That's what I'm asking, because in 2 weeks, I'll have an answer for you from the state, and you guys could make a determination if you're going to I don't wanna say ignore the state, but if we're gonna try some other way to deal with it. That's what I'm asking for the board today.
One more question too, real quick, Mr. Chairman. COVID is now coming back as cases are on the uptick. I don't know how that relates to what we've done at the Armory, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just
It was closed to, not to create any super spreaders, what you guys were trying to avoid. That's why you closed it in the first place, yes.
That's a good point.
So,
Well, us governor opened it right, don't look like he gonna do nothing.
so Commissioner Lockley, you did make the original motion, you did amend it. Commissioner Ward never amended her motion, but if we amend it any more, I guess we would do it that. Are we wanting to do what our county coordinator is asking us and kind of really get an answer from the state to bring back to us to the next meeting, so we could potentially talk about an opening date?
To January.
Okay, you want to amend it to be January 1st?
Yeah.
Okay,
Open it until then.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Maybe by the end they'll know when they gonna work on that play, cause they got to get they got to go out. Y'all went out for bids. He got to make his paperwork. Then that other got to come and go out for bid for the sprinkler. So it's gonna be in January.
I hear the question I'm asking, and I hate to keep repeating myself, but I got to be clear on my end. What happens if the state does not agree to let us open it up without the sprinkler system?
Well, we'll deal with that when we get close.
Okay, so then I won't accept any applications till I hear from the state. That's all I'm asking the board, basically. I have no problem with the opening up until January 1, and we work with that's not what I'm asking. I want to know, what do I do
for you to
between now?
open that thing up, take an application, and if they don't do it, we'll deal with it. You just take the application.
Mr. Chairman, I think that, Mr. Morone, I think it would be a good idea to contact the state and ask them what they would like. And I mean, I agree with Mr. Lockley, we do need to open up, but we need direction, I feel, from the state, to see what their recommendation is. Because if they say no, otherwise we'll take your funding away, then obviously it's a moot point. So I think that getting a little bit more information might help in determining a decision, perhaps, on opening it now and what have you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you guys. If they say, state says yes, and you want to go till January, then the architect has to run on your schedule, you know, what you want. I'm with that, as long as the state is willing to continue, allow us to do it with a fire watch. Because that's the same thing that almost closed the hospital.
So let's clear this up. Commissioner Lockley has amended his motion to be open the Armory.
Mm-hmm.
You can take applications. We're opening it till January 1st of next year.
Okay,
And if the state tells us something different, we'll deal with it.
okay.
Do you amend your motion to reflect that, or your second, or do you withdraw that second? Because it seems like you're saying two different things.
Two different, yeah.
So I need,
I'm gonna withdraw my motion and I'm gonna withdraw my motion
Okay.
with comment.
Okay.
My comment is, I would like for you to get direction from the state as to whether or not we can open it back up. And then maybe 2 weeks at our next meeting, let's see about what they say, and if they say it's okay, then move forward.
Okay.
thank you for your comment. Do we have a second to Commissioner Lockley's motion? Because that's where we're procedurally at, correct?
I'm sorry?
We would need to get a second to Commissioner Lockley's
Yes,
motion if
if
she
you
would.
call for a second and you do
Right.
not get a second,
Right.
then the motion dies
Okay.
for lack of a second, because
Okay.
Commissioner Ward has withdrawn her second.
Right.
That
Okay.
doesn't mean just don't move forward about what gets
Exactly.
the state.
Yeah, I would like information. I want you to go to the
Yeah.
state and say, can we open back up, yes or no? If we can, 2 weeks from now,
We're good to go till
come back to
January
us
1.
and yes.
Yep.
Okay. So
That's my understanding of.
do
how
we
this
have a
is going.
second to Commissioner Lockley's motion? One more time, do we have a second to Commissioner Lockley's motion to open the Armory now? It dies for lack of a second.
But this will be addressing the next
Yes.
meeting.
Yes,
Well, I want to answer by the next meeting.
yes, sir.
Actually, I'll give you
I
answers.
think we all agree with that, Commissioner Lockley.
Yeah, I will contact you as soon as I contact the state. So prior to the next meeting, we're good to go.
What office that is?
The state or fire marshal, he falls under Mr. Patronus's office, who's the CFO, the state CFO.
Okay.
All right, so I know we're down to Attorney Schuler, but
Well-
sir, I want to take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
We've been at this for a little while.
We would like to welcome you to Florida's Forgotten Coast. We hope you enjoy your stay here in Franklin County. We'd like to take this opportunity to remind you of some of our safety guidelines for our beautiful beaches.
Here on the Forgotten Coast, we love pets. Please observe our leash laws on the beaches and on other public places.
When visiting Franklin County beaches, please be aware of the beach flags and conditions. You can download the Forgotten Coast mobile app for the most recent conditions.
It is very important to us here in Franklin County that we make all our beaches accessible to everyone. We have placed mobile masts at different assets throughout the county. We plan to add more the coming year.
Franklin County has some of the most beautiful beaches in Florida. Let's keep it that way. Remember, remove all your trash before you leave and leave only footprints.
We welcome you to enjoy our beaches. But at the end of the day, please remember to remove all your beach gear before 9 p.m. Remember, May through October, we have other visitors here, the sea turtles. So we need to keep our lights off at night on the beaches as well.
Your safety is important to us, so please remember when visiting our beautiful beaches, you're swimming at your own risk as we do not have lifeguards on duty.
We hope you enjoy your stay here, but please remember, no glass bottles on our beaches.
When visiting our area, please park in designated parking places only. Don't park in the county right-of-way or on private property without permission.
Go to floridasforgottencoast.com/beach safety for a complete list of county and beach ordinances and safety rules.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for visiting Florida's Forgotten Coast. Help us keep our beaches as beautiful as they are today for future visitors and residents.
Currently working towards various telehealth programs where we might be able to sit down and talk to specialists one-on-one so we can get on the same page with clinical direction, wound care, endocrine, nutritionists, psychiatry. We have a lot of interesting ideas that we'd like to implement as soon as possible, and we're working towards doing that on a day-to-day basis.
I would amend my recommendation that they complete the virtual speaker card and turn them in before the meeting. And that would, if the board accepts the recommendation, you would by motion require participants who are present physically in the room to complete virtual speaker cards and turn them in before the meeting.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Parrish to approve,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion?
It's just like it was before, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes,
it's
sir.
just,
Yes.
Just
Nothing's changed. It's just clarifying, like Attorney Schuler said, you could read the record and kind of read it both ways. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Jessica, that's unanimous. Go ahead, Attorney Schuler.
All right, item number 2 of my report, Commissioners, concerns potential action by this board regarding the Lanark Village St. James Fire District. I've given you a written report that says a lot of things. I won't necessarily get into all of that during the public meeting, except to the extent that the board has questions for me. Everyone here is aware of the various complaints and concerns that have been voiced to this board concerning the operations and the expenditures of public funds at Lanark St. James. There's really not been much in the way of relief from the board seeking help from others. So what I'm recommending or asking the board is what do you think about my recommended solution for consideration, which is to reach out to the Carabel Fire Department and the Alligator Point St. Teresa Fire Department, see if there's any interest on their part in assuming or splitting up in some fashion that's acceptable to those 2 fire districts, the fire protection and rescue services within the current Lanark Village St. James Fire District. You would then, if that is acceptable to those other districts and acceptable to the board, you could amend your ordinance and effectively dissolve the current Lanark Village St. James Fire District, creating new boundaries for Carabel, new boundaries for Alligator Point, St. Teresa, and a division of the MSBU funds according to whatever boundaries are established by the board. But it seems to be the only option in trying to address the issues that are going on in that Lanark Village St. James Fire District that is within your control.
So, Attorney Schuler, the only thing you're asking the board is to allow you to contact these districts to try to have the discussion, correct?
I would prefer myself and Mr. Morone or just Mr. Morone. I mean, it's
Okay.
not really a legal issue to ask whether
Right.
they are interested in assuming this administrative duty or not. So I would really
Right.
think it's more under Mr. Morone's
Okay.
purview than mine. My purview would be is if those districts are interested, then I could certainly attend some meetings with Mr. Morone, probably Commissioner Bolt, and maybe Commissioner Ward, as it involves fire districts and their districts. May want to attend separately. If they want to attend a joint meeting, then we would just advertise public notice that we're going to have more than one commissioner in a meeting. And then if we can get something worked out in terms of trying to reconfigure the district boundaries, we bring that back to the board for consideration.
So the board will just be voting today to start the discussion.
Authorize communication with Carabel and Alligator Point, see if they're interested,
Okay.
you know, in reconfiguring the boundaries so we can solve this problem. Because otherwise, this is the only way of this board addressing the complaints that this board has received about the Lanark Village St. James Fire District that I believe is within your control.
Okay. Go ahead,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, I would rather see the people of that community have a voice in the disbandment of this volunteer fire department. Number one, it concerns me that the Alligator Point and Carabel not so much as far away from if you had an issue in Alligator Point. But, you know, I hate to take away somebody's, well, there is no fire protection. Does the people of that community want fire protection? Is there anyone in that community, or is there any individuals or civic organization that wants to get involved in trying to maintain and operate a volunteer fire department in that community? Just going in and taking it away from them without no input, I hate to see the community of Lanark be without a volunteer fire department. You know, and these fire departments work together. If you have a big fire, they call in help, and I mean, I understand all that, but it goes back to kind of like the P&Z and the Board of Adjustment. Without public input, stating that there's no one in our community interested in trying to reform a volunteer fire department. There's no one in our community that's interested in volunteer to try to help put somebody's house out. You know, I'd rather see us have a public hearing or something on that to allow them the opportunity, just as we've allowed the opportunity and we advertise for planning and zoning members and Board of Adjustment members and got no response from the public. It just kind of, I'm not opposed to what the attorney's saying, but without having some kind of mechanism.
That would be the next step anyway, wouldn't it? If either one of these.
If we were able to disband it, then it's disbanded.
Don't we have to have a public hearing though? I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Ward, there would have to be a public hearing to amend the ordinance, but at this point, and I certainly don't disagree with getting input from the citizens of Lanark, but this is drug on for years, and I have tried to brainstorm some solution that this board has control of, and this is frankly the only solution I know of to address the problems for the operations and the expenditure of public funds. I mean, for heaven's sakes, this board audited their expenditures, found there to be what appeared to be unlawful expenditures of public funds, and reported it to the sheriff's department. I mean, they're just, you know, there are major issues here. And all I'm suggesting is, you know, if the board even wants to consider disbanding the Lanark Village St. James Fire District and assigning those duties to other fire districts, at least see if those other fire districts are even I mean, if they're not interested, well, then it's a non-starter and we go no further. That was the purpose of this morning's, or this afternoon now, presentation.
So how would you divide the allocation of the MSBU funds that currently go to Lanark Village? Would you, if those two entities were interested, would you split those funds, or how would that work?
I would hope that if there's an interest by these other two fire districts, that they would give us guidance on what areas they could take of the current Lanark Village St. James. You know, whether would it be 50-50, 70-30, or, you know, all of it to Carabel? I have no idea what those fire chiefs may say, but I would think the first step in this process would be to ask them, are they interested and are they able to take on the provision of fire and rescue services within the current Lanark Village St. James Fire District. And again, if they say no, one or more of them or all of them say no, then it's a non-starter. If one of them says yes, then we explore it. But as far as the division of the MSBU funds, it would be based on whatever boundaries are created by the elimination of, or potential elimination of the Lanark Village St. James District and its allocation between one or more fire districts.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I've thought about this a lot. I am in no way, I'm in no way in favor of disbanding, shutting down, or closing that volunteer fire building. We have a chronic dysfunctional problem in that fire department. We have a fire chief who has proven that he doesn't even have a driver's license. A fire chief who doesn't even have a driver's license. I took some photographs this morning on my way here today, and I know you can't see this, but on the left-hand side of those two buildings, there is clothes hanging over a fence post over there on the left-hand side, just informal. The first picture that I showed you was a truck backed up into the building area. That's a fire hose truck. That truck is sitting out there in the sun day in and day out with fire hoses exposed to the heat for degradation. And there's a third picture there of an ambulance that's backed into a pole barn. Let me restate that. It's a fire truck backed into a pole barn when it should be parked inside the building where it was designed to be. Those are dysfunctional issues. The big concern that I have, quite frankly, is all about the almighty safety. It's about the safety of the people there in Lanark Village. And I don't even want to entertain the potential that they're going to lose this fire department. Many of those properties there don't even have firewalls in many of the areas in the Lanark Village property systems and so on, particularly in those converted military barracks and so on that are now housing. My concern, quite frankly, is what is the county's issue for fire protection? We give them money. Don't we have an implied contract that we ought to be telling them what to do and we ought to actually be directing them in some way? That's just a general question that I have.
No, sir, the answer is no.
Well,
who says no?
They have a board that's over their volunteer fire department.
Well, okay, now again, I'm just doing homework here.
Yeah.
And give
We're doing public homework here, just while you.
Exactly. There's a guy by the name of Charlie Frank, and he is a state voluntary fire official that coordinates volunteer firemen. Charlie says that relative to state statute 125.01, there are directions on what the county's responsibilities are for fire protection. And we're beginning to see a situation blooming here where we see a dysfunctional fire department with many different issues you just now see here. You can look at the building structure. You can talk to the folks who live around there. They don't see anybody operating at all. I've even talked with the chief fire official for Alligator Point, and he was concerned about the functional competency during training sessions of the Lanark Village guys. They were very, very substandard in their training activity. And I think that we are seeing a failure of fire protection potential in this area. And I'm very concerned about that, and I think we need to look at the county's responsibility for fire protection.
But Mr. Bolt, there's got to be people in that community willing to help us provide that. We provide the funds, but you know, every fire department in Franklin County is a volunteer fire department. So the community can't sit back and say, well, nobody's helping us. You got to help yourself. We taxing the people and providing the dollars to operate the fire department.
I understand.
And I know that it's not just, I know there's a lot of old folks or elder folks in Lanark Village, but there's young people there too. Somewhere down the line, the people within that community have to take hold. The people of that community have to form the fire board that Chairman Jones is talking about. Somebody has to step up, just like with the P&Z and the Board of Adjustment, and trying to get volunteers. Everybody can't sit back and complain. Well, volunteer fire departments are comprised of volunteers. If they want to maintain this service, then somebody's got to step up to the plate.
So the county should call the folks at Lanark Village and say that we're going to have a educational session
or
with the state
yourself
fire
as
marshal
their
who's going to come in and start talking about standards of fire protection. I
Or
want
the
Lanark
commissioner
Village
of that
people here,
district. Maybe
St.
the
James
commissioner
people
of that
here,
district needs
and
to
then
do
we
that.
listen to that fire marshal talk about new standards of fire protection, and so that they even have an idea of what they're up against here. Do you know that the insurance rates are threatened by this kind of situation that we're talking about right now? I'm very concerned about
Which
that.
is why I said I didn't want to see them eliminated.
I
But the
understand.
people of that community have to stand up. Somebody has to stand up to the plate and take a swing. Somebody has to run the thing. Somebody has to volunteer to do it, just like they do all these other volunteer fire departments.
I agree.
If everybody in all these communities stopped,
well, I agree,
we
but
would all be in the same boat as Lanark Village. So somebody has to step up if they want to continue to get those tax breaks and their insurance breaks and all that. Somebody has to step up.
Agreed. So we've diagnosed the cancer we have here with Lanark Village. Now, as a county, we should take leadership role and say, Lanark Village, we want you, encourage you to have fire protection, and we're going to bring in the resources to educate you on how to get started again and facilitate your new board and bring in the education and take the leadership to say, we're leading you, we want volunteer fire departments, and it's not just, oh, go do it.
Well,
Let's give them at least the educational resources that we mean business about that fire protection being there for their protection.
Now, what's causing this problem? Is the whole volunteer department uncomfortable? A one person, a two person? If it's one person, get rid of that. But if it's the whole board, then we got a problem.
Commissioner Bolt, do you have anybody in that district that would be willing to take on that task of being on the volunteer fire department? Have you got interested individuals that can come in and take over that task?
I haven't surveyed that question. I've just looked at the cancer right now. And I'm scared, quite frankly. I very much am. I think you could put a 50-gallon gas can out on the street, on Oak Street there in front of that, and light it. And I'll bet it'd be 20 minutes before that thing was put out, if at all. Nobody's there.
Because,
you know?
I mean, obviously it's there, it's a service,
Mhm.
but what good is that building and the fire truck and all the things that go along with it if you have no one there to run?
And so the county has to kick them in the tail and say, let's get moving. We're concerned. We're leaders, and we want some help here. And I mean that very affectionately when I say kicking in the tail, because I think we have that responsibility to say, we're scared, and we need you guys to come in here and get this taken care of, and we're going to give you at least the educational resources to do it.
But the key word is
So
volunteer.
what word does the state fire marshal have to say about this today?
So let's narrow this down. There are two ways to do fire departments. And I'm going to be very clear. You can have volunteer fire departments that are self-governing. The county helps set it up. That's our only role. Or you can go to a completely paid fire department, but guess who's going to pay for it? The residents that are receiving the service.
I understand.
And if they think they're paying now with an MSBU, they've not even scratched the surface yet.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two ways to have a fire department. So I understand, trust me, I know, the complaints that citizens have. I understand this is not an ideal situation, but the county is not responsible for any lack of response or effort for any volunteer fire department in this county.
Even though we give them money?
MSBU funds that they are paying, and we return back to that location. The residents that live there are paying that
Yes,
tax.
I understand that. And don't we have any say-so on how that money's to be spent?
They can be self-governing volunteer, or they can all be paid.
Well,
That's the only approach, unless I'm missing something. I'm not the only person in the room.
yeah.
Those are the only two approaches. That's like, Commissioner, when I buy a business and start to run that business, you might not like the way it's run.
Mm-hmm.
People in my community might not like the way it's run, but guess what? It's my business. That's really how that fire department functions. And if they don't like it, that volunteer board needs to dismiss that chief and get a new one. They have that ability. They are self-governing.
I don't know if they got a board.
I don't think they have a board.
That's a
That's
problem.
my concern. But
That's a
now,
problem.
don't we have to get in there and patch that up for them?
There is no.
Help them through this till they get moving again?
Commissioner Boyle, I guess my question is, and I hate to step into a discussion between all five here, but my thing is, what does the county do? You can't force a volunteer to serve on a board. You can't force a volunteer to become a fire department. So, it's kind of one or two things. It's either the chairman is saying, well, then do we start look at paid fire department, or what? Your attorney is saying, look at other districts that will cover that area and expand their fire districts.
I think we have something more critical than that. I think we should declare an emergency safety issue. And I think we should ask the fire marshal of the state of Florida to get in here and help us on an emergency safety issue. You can see it here, you can read it in our attorney's reports, and you can see it in testimony. We've got a fire safety emergency right now, and I think we need help from the state fire marshal. Standards of practice, and we need,
Mr. Chair?
we need that help.
I believe this board, through its administrative staff, has reached out to the state fire marshal's office on one or more occasions over the passage of years.
Well, let's stop reaching out and demand that they answer their phone and talk to us, and we want to see them here in our next meeting at 10 o'clock. I mean, and I'm going on record because there'll be a fire before we have our next commission meeting. Something's going to happen in Lanark Village. I just know the law, the Mercy's Law, I think they call it. Reaching out and saying, we got a problem, State Fire Marshal, come on down here and help us. Now, today.
Commissioner Bolt, with all due respect, I think that's what Attorney Schuler's asking, to reach out to these other fire districts, because obviously there's nobody there right now. If there was a fire right now in Lanark Village, who would they call? 911, they would dispatch probably one of these other districts anyway, because there's nobody there, right?
But it's a Band-Aid, and I do appreciate it very much. I think it's good. I've talked to I've talked to one chief at Alligator Point about this problem, and they're looking into it now. But we've got a crisis there at Lanark Village. Oh, by the way, remember this, the crisis also occurred several years ago, and we ended up moving the EMT service out of there because of dysfunctional housing situations. And that was relocated. So we've taken away the emergency services there at Alligator Point, at Lanark Village, and now we have this dysfunctional fire department, which I think we need fire marshal from the state of Florida to come in here and start handing us some standards and getting us moving.
But they can't demand volunteers either.
I don't know that you demand anything at all, but I mean,
that's like us going in there saying, we demand y'all volunteers get out. It don't work that way. Volunteer is what the word says. It's a volunteer.
I know.
You can't go over there and demand that people do it.
Who's responding to fires right now? Is Carabel and I know we all tend to help each other.
That's one of the questions on the table.
That's the thing, I mean.
That's what scares me.
I'm going to make a motion to contact and go ahead and contact these fire districts, because again, they're probably going to be the ones responding to these fires, since let's face it, nobody's in Lanark Village right now. If a fire was to happen, there's nobody right now to take that fire truck and go put a fire out. It's probably going to be Carabel will be wind up going to put this fire out, correct? So I don't think it's going to hurt to reach out and get information from these other districts to try to move forward to get them some relevance of fire protection.
It's patchwork. I certainly would agree and support that motion. But then what's the rest of the story? We're just band-aiding this situation, and I think we need command control with somebody with authority like the fire marshal of the state of Florida to be as scared as I am about this situation this morning. So let's go. Can we go and vote on this first motion and then talk about my request for the fire marshal to get involved?
How can a person go in there and just misappropriate things on money and still in the organization? It's been proven.
But nothing happened.
Nothing happened. I mean, people here ain't done the state attorney.
The only good thing I saw when they bought some fruit trees.
Yep.
Don't know where the fruit trees went, but they bought some fruit trees.
Yeah, good.
But all that information, Commissioner Lockley, was turned into the appropriate authorities.
Yeah.
So it's not like they had been made aware of it.
And there's so-called board. I guess, Commissioner Board, I'm sorry for asking this question. I'm just trying to get a clarification. So, like this morning, Commissioner Lockley has basically a direct question he wants me to ask the fire marshal. Will they allow us to use the fire watch? Because we want to open up the armory until the end of the year. That's a direct question. My question on what you're asking is, well, we need help. And he's going to say, well, what kind of help do you need? Is it, do you have a fire department, a volunteer, or paid? We're going to say volunteer. He said, well, if nobody wants to volunteer, are you moving to paid? You're going to get another He's going to ask the same questions you guys are discussing this morning. So when you're asking the fire marshal for help, I guess I need to be more specific, because I could kind of...
I know the word that'll wake him up. We have a safety dysfunction problem at Lanark Village, St. James. It's a safety dysfunction, not we need help. We have a crisis, safety.
And his question to me probably will be, as I've talked to the state before, what is your local government doing about it?
Oh, I'd say get him down here and help us with the safety situation. That's my concern. No more talk about, that's my concern. I know it sounds dramatic, but I think it's just that serious.
So we do have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ward to approve basically what Attorney Schuler has asked.
And I'll second that motion.
So we can address the immediate need of the district that is Lanark St. James currently by reaching out to the adjacent districts to see how they feel about assuming permanently the role going forward for what is now the Lanark St. James district. And Commissioner Bolt, will you second that?
Yes, thank you.
Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you for that. And now I want to make a motion that we ask the fire marshal of the state of Florida to declare that we feel we have a safety issue, and we would like to have the fire marshal of the state of Florida come in and help us and guide in restoring the functionality of the Lanark Village St. James Fire Department.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Bolt to ask the state fire marshal to give us direction and guidance on what we should do with this situation.
With the challenge word, we have a safety dysfunction. Put the word safety in there. I want him scared.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'm gonna second it. I don't believe you're gonna get no response.
We have a second from Commissioner Lockley. Any more discussion before we vote?
Yes. It starts and ends inside the community itself.
That's right, I agree.
If they're not willing to volunteer and take care of the fire department and help put out their neighbors' houses or their own house, then it don't matter what the state fire marshal says, he cannot mandate that they volunteer.
No.
I mean.
No, but we're
it
bringing in
starts within the
resources with
community.
some
If the
credibility,
community-
though. I think.
If you'll let me finish my statement,
Sure.
Commissioner, when I get through, I'll be quiet while you finish your statement, because every time I say something, you're interrupting me.
Okay.
It starts within the community. I would suggest that you go to and call a town hall meeting in Lanark Village, which is your district, and express your frustrations to the people of Lanark Village, which is where the volunteers will come from. If they want to maintain their own fire department and maintain their ISO ratings that they get for having a volunteer fire department. If not, all their insurance rates, are, as you stated previously, are going to shoot through the roof. And if they don't care about their own community, I don't think there's much this board can do or the state fire marshal can do, because they don't care enough to take part in this safety issue that you keep referring to. And I understand that, and I agree with you. But it has to start within that community. If not, and it's going to continue to be dysfunctional, then I'm like Commissioner Ward and the attorney and everybody else. Split the duties up, and if we can get the other two departments to take care of them, what else can you do? Because this county cannot pay for a paid fire department for each one of our communities. I mean, you think running 3 ambulances in the county costs us a lot of money by having people on paid call 24/7, 365 a year. Think about 5 or 6 fire departments with more than, way more than what you're talking about for ambulances. I mean, it's just astronomical, the cost that the taxpayer would have to pay, and it wouldn't be a little MSBU. Some of them get $100 a property, some of them get $50 a property. That ain't even a drop in the bucket. That won't even pay for the gasoline if you try to do paid fire departments. And I think that's the only thing keeping us out of that right now is having these volunteer fire departments that we have. And the MSBU monies we're using is sending them is to be used for equipment, for training, because all these volunteer firemen have to have a certain amount of hours of training now. You just can't sign them up and go fight a fire. You have to go through training. That's what some of these MSBU monies are to be used for. But as in Lanark Village's situation, they're being used for everything but that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the dysfunction that you're talking about. And I understand that, and I understand your frustration, and I understand the safety need, which is why I said, I hate to go this route without having the people of Lanark Village know that this is going on. And if somebody don't step up, this is what's going to happen. You're going to have 2 different departments just responding to you, but in the meantime, your house is burning to the ground. They need to understand the importance of this volunteer fire department. And way back when I first come on board, there was an elder fellow over there called Mr. Bud, and I don't remember his last name. Well, he's no longer there. And that's really when the dysfunction started. When he's 75, 77 years old, he finally had just retired. He was the glue in the mix that kept everything together over there. And I can't remember the old man's name. All I remember is Mr. Bud, because Cheryl knew him real good, and this and that, But he, people become, and then your younger generation has to step up. And clearly that's not happening. You know, 80-year-old man can't pull no fire hose 3 blocks down the road. He's got to have some help from a younger generation to keep this thing going. And, you know, I understand your frustration, but it has to come from within. You know what I'm saying? It can't come from the fire marshal or somebody in Appalachia. It has to come from within that community. The desire and the need to help their fellow man and help their community. And they have to be inspired to do that. And we can't demand they volunteer, but it's a great asset for that community. And, you know, I hate to take it away from them without them having the opportunity to reorganize and re-energize and try to get somebody to step up over there. It may be somebody in St. James Bay that has to step up, because that's who's going to respond to their fire. You know what I'm saying? It may not be all out of Lanark Village. It may take somebody that's retired that can take on that volunteer role, you know, to lead that department in the right direction. And I think that's what they need, is some good leadership. Somebody in a leadership position needs to take over and inspire and provide good direction for them. That's all I got to say.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Or we had a second by Commissioner Lockley, didn't we? Yeah, we did.
You did.
Okay, any more discussion before we vote?
Yeah, I believe it. I believe this thing will work out if one person get out the way. A lot of people don't like to do nothing. Well, I'll do it for this person here. And they don't want to themselves, get involved and have no trouble with him. But you know, if it's one snake, it's one snake that get rid of it. I know I stuck him in motion, but that man ain't gonna tell us. He gonna send and tell us we got the hell out of our own situation. That's what I'm looking for him to say. I'm curious if he gonna say anything different. But I believe that's what he gonna do.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Commissioner Parrish, I apologize for my interruption relative to my passion in this subject, and thank you for reminding me of that etiquette. I believe, in the name of safety, that the fire marshal can come in here as a catalyst and an igniter for the system and a resource. And I think it's important that we offer that to the people of Lanark Village and St. James as we move this project. This is very concerning.
I'll say this before we vote. Commissioner Bolt, I'm going to support your motion, but I believe that he's going to tell us if we don't have volunteers, you need to start paying somebody.
Understand.
I believe that's what you're going to hear.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the last action item on my report concerns my request for the board to authorize a public hearing to consider rescinding a 1981 ordinance that was adopted on an emergency basis to regulate a boat ramp over on Patton Drive in East Point. In 2011 and again in 2021, the board adopted regulations for the use of public boat ramps in the county. I think Ordinance 81-3 is duplicative, it is superfluous, and it probably should be erased, mainly for that reason. And then also that boat ramp ordinance in 1981 created an additional layer of regulation closing just that one boat ramp in the county from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. daily. Your comprehensive boat ramp regulation adopted in 2021, you did not have a hours of operation closure for any other boat ramp in the county. So my recommendation is the board authorize a public hearing. Let's rescind Ordinance 81-3 and just rely on the ordinances from 2011 and 2021, which otherwise regulate the use of all of the boat ramps on a consistent and uniform basis throughout the county.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Parrish.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bolt and Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, You know, I hate to see a boat ramp closed because you got commercial fishermen, floundermen that have to work the tides. They may not launch their boat at 12 o'clock because the tide may not be right for gigging flounders until 1 o'clock. So to close the actual boat ramp, now we have on the books no alcohol consumption. You know, there's laws about disorderly intoxication. You know, all these other rules that are in there that doesn't have anything to do with a boat ramp, but they're still laws and still enforceable laws.
Mhm.
So closing that boat ramp cuts off your commercial fishermen. I understand probably why they did it, and we all have an idea of what, but there's laws to prohibit that stuff. The congregation, the drinking, the party, and the lighting of bonfires and all this stuff in the middle of the night. That's not what we're talking.
Ordinance seemed to focus solely on that boat ramp. And I understand there are a lot of issues going on there, you know, it's kind of hard to completely cut off a public boat ramp for public use. And I know there's other things, but this is another, and this is a recurring theme maybe in my district, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it to address it. What I'm getting secondhand from the sheriff's department is they're wanting to see signs up saying what they're supposed to enforce. But if we already have ordinances on the book, we don't need to put 50 signs up for them to enforce the law. So that's what kind of spurred and even brought this conversation up from some residents that wanted to see us enforce our ordinance that's basically in effect closing the ramp from 10 to 5 because of other activities that are already illegal according to our ordinances we just passed. So, you know, anyway, I'm in favor of repealing this because I think it's repetitive and it addressed a one-time need. Our other stuff is fine, but I also know that going forward, we as a county don't need to be responsible for putting a sign up for enforcement to know what's an enforceable law. That's just my stance, and I might be considered wrong for that, but you know, at what point does it become a commission issue and not just a regular enforcement issue? If they're breaking the law, they're breaking the law. If they're at a boat ramp and they're intoxicated, or they're trying to drink while they're there, or they're being disorderly, there's rules on the books for disorderly intoxication.
And public intoxication.
And public intoxication. That doesn't have to have a county commission weigh in on it for it to be enforced. Those are already a standard rule of practice, to use one of Commissioner Bolt's terms. It's already set. So anyway, I think this will help address that. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimous, so we'll be taking this to a public hearing.
Commissioners, that concludes the action items on my report.
Okay.
I've got something to add, if that's okay, and I'll be brief. I know it's been a long day. But in research, I mentioned at the budget, I thought of a way and a way to make money for the county. It's a sales tax for infrastructure. I know we had to deny a department director. I know he decided like the employee versus a truck, but this would have paid for trucks. It would have paid for parts and rec, for any upgrade or actually new parts that we were looking at building. A landfill, it would have replaced our landfill, provide monies for that. It was $3 million in unrealized revenue with this tax, but unfortunately, no offense, Attorney Schuler, but he burst my bubble yesterday. We're not going to be able to utilize or vote for this tax to enact it or levy it in the county, because he informed me that we are only allowed to reach a maximum potential rate of 1%, which we already get with our small county surtax that we levy for the county. So I just wanted to bring that before the board and say I had been researching it all this time. And it would have been a good thing, but unfortunately that's something that we were talking later or earlier in the meeting with legislature, with the TDC. Maybe we can lobby the legislature to say, you know, there's like 9 taxes here that you can utilize. Why max it out at 1%? It doesn't make any sense, none whatsoever. So maybe that's something we can with the TDC, what I think Commissioner Lockley mentioned earlier about what the limit is of what's considered infrastructure and what we can and can't do. And that, again, what benefits smaller counties versus bigger counties in terms of money and the way they can get taxes to help pay for infrastructure and other things. So maybe that's something in the future we can look at with the legislature and trying to get changed. So that's it, thank you.
Not a problem. I will say this when we're talking about the subject. So when the board enacted they did enact the 1 cent general tax, but then they tied it to our hospital. And they had the people vote on it to tie it that way. However, hopefully there's coming a day when we'll have that hospital built and we can try to address rolling the hospital needs, the 1 cent, to the ½ cent that can be used for, that the state allows, for health care, and there's another ½ cent they allow for indigent care. Now, the indigent care would cover anybody in and out of the county. If they get seen over in Bay County for indigent, they would get some of that money. But you'd still have almost a full 1% going to cover our hospital, and maybe we could free up that 1 cent general tax for things like road infrastructure, mandatory trash pickup. I mean, there's several things we could do with it.
Yep. I've got the Florida statute, and it does cover a lot, and it's unfortunate that, we maybe in the future can utilize it. But again, maybe we can contact legislature and say, hey, why don't y'all increase it? Make it 2%, 3% that you can capture. That'll be helpful in the future if we could do that.
One thing's for sure, and even more so, Commissioner, seems like all the manufacturers are leaning more toward fully electronic cars. Where's gas tax proceeds going then?
That's a good question.
Is Duke Energy going to give us a portion of their money to help cover our road paving?
Not as
Probably
much as
not, because it's not set up that way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the gas tax money is going to get smaller and smaller is the point I'm trying to make. So we're going to have to find a way to do something with roads.
I tell you what we can do now. I make a motion, we build a hospital, and then that'll free up some.
I think we're all good with that, Commissioner. But you did make a motion, so do we have a second? Is there a second to Commissioner Lockley's motion? Sir, your motion dies for lack of a second. Anything else for Attorney Schuler while we're here? I think we got it all today, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then
Appreciate
some.
you very much.
Any commissioner comments?
Just one. Does anybody know if the school board has tentatively approved giving the land just north of the sheriff's location to the county? Have we heard anything about that?
Well, I think
officially?
that they're good with the idea, but the
Idea.
actual, and I'm not trying to steal
No,
your thunder.
you go ahead.
They're good with the idea, but now they want to see how it's actually going to work out, I think, is
Yes.
where we're at.
So what's kind of pending is a meeting another meeting between myself, your chairman, and the superintendent, and probably the chairman of the school board to discuss, because are they giving it to us with strings, without strings, what are they thinking?
Okay.
So, yeah, at first they thought about EOC, then I said, well, let's go beyond the EOC. Let's talk about workforce. I'm very clear with that word, commissioners. Workforce housing out there. What do you think about that? What do you think about the sheriff and teachers living a stone throw away from where they work?
Yeah.
They like that idea too. So, but as soon as I couldn't even get the superintendent here. I mean, school is starting next week,
Yes,
so it's
sir.
kind of tough to get him here right
Yes.
now. As soon as he gets over that, he'll be here to talk,
Okay.
and we can meet too.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Meeting adjourned.